I'm not riding a bike
concert. Come on.
after I spend thousands of dollars for a concert ticket.
It was actually so fun.
Ain't no way in hell.
Especially at nighttime when it's cooler in the desert. You felt like a little kid, like riding your bike around in a neighborhood. It was
How
awesome.
far is the house?
Our house was very close. My friend,
Like walking distance?
Yeah.
No, it's not walking distance because they biking.
Well, we could have walked, yes. But we rode our bikes.
How many miles was the walk?
Less than a mile.
It would have been less than a mile.
So you
Yeah,
were
but
really
it's
close.
hot. But it's really hot. So you're not trying to walk. You're riding your bike.
So
The
you're in a
cool breeze
desert.
You're in the desert.
I'm sorry. Nothing about it sounds fun to me.
Yeah, that
would
seems
not
like
like
hell.
Yeah, it's a hard.
You would
That's
not
gonna
like
be a
it.
hard pass for me. A hard no, dog.
Pat, anything else?
I had fun, but I was one and done for sure. Never again.
Rory and Bryson is the best rivalry in all sports.
In all of sports?
Right now, yes.
See, then it's good they didn't talk. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance. Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hit it out of the park this baseball season at DraftKings at Casino Queen. Book DraftKings at Casino Queen's Stay and Play Cardinals hotel package. This Grand Slam bundle includes one-night hotel stay, 10% off casino dining, 2 St. Louis Cardinals tickets, and free shuttle service to the game, starting at just $159. Call DraftKings at Casino Queen today to book your package. 618-874-5000. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Based on availability, restrictions apply.
This is attorney Todd Nissenholz of Kaufman Townsley. It's not just that we've won millions of dollars for our injured clients. We have. It's that we've won the trust of thousands of clients who were victims of careless drivers due to no fault of their own. We have the team, the talent, the tenacity to get you the money you deserve. Not every firm has that. Most don't, I assure you. We do, and we win. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Michael's Flooring Outlet is sending out an SOS. We're expanding fast and need your help. We need a flooring warehouse expert pronto. We need a flooring scheduler just as fast. Join our growing team at Michael's Flooring Outlet with locations in St. Peters, Darden Prairie, and Creve Coeur. Don't wait. Visit michaelsflooringoutlet.com and click on careers today. Michael's Flooring Outlet, where great floors begin with great people.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, 101 ESPN is driven by Brown.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA on 101 ESPN and on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where you can go in there and you can talk it over with friends, Martin, and they gather and they talk it over throughout the course of the program.
They do, and I would like to excuse all the folks that do the YouTube, that text the show, that are overly negative, because I feel we've been appalled by the negativity.
Well, and I think you are now becoming familiar with the negativity, whereas Jackson and I have enjoyed it for years.
But I'd like to give them all a free pass.
Oh, my gosh.
I was listening to Masters Radio, Tim, as I'm apt to do this time of year.
Sure.
And those boys are rather glowing about the win and the weekend. But they took calls.
I actually heard that.
Did you hear the guy call in? I think it was like Dan in Atlanta goes, yeah, did you hear that noise? Beep, beep, Rory backing into a championship. And I think they were genuinely crushed. Like, oh my, Dan, is it gloomy in Atlanta? And I was like, are you serious?
Mark,
that's the takeaway.
There's a split second, I'd say about 15 seconds before my phone connects with my Bluetooth. And it was on Masters Radio from yesterday. And that's exactly the moment that I happened to hear. And I'm like, I can't believe these guys take calls. I get our slap-ass show doing it. But on Sirius XM, Masters Radio, they're taking phone calls.
Just random people calling in, and somebody wanted
and then bitching about what happened.
Somebody wanted to crap on Rory.
Unbelievable. I happened to hear that. That's outstanding. Doug Vaughn is vacationing in Jackson's parents' place in Montauk. We found out it's in Montauk, so now we know it's specifically in the Hamptons where it is. Doug is back tomorrow. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Martin Kilcoyne, Tim McKernan with you here on the program. The Stiefel dossier today, Chris Kerber, as we've got quite a little situation developing here with your St. Louis Blues. It can all be taken care of tomorrow night in a game against Utah. But alas, the Calgary Flames have come to play. They won last night. That kind of struck me as a potential 5-star lock of the week after I gave you Justin Rose shooting over 72.5 on Friday, which didn't cut, that the Flames would beat the Sharks last night, and they did 5-2, so they're still alive. We've got that. We've got Brad Thompson on the Cardinals taking 2 of 3 from the Phillies. How do you do? And beating Nola? And beating Wheeler? I mean, Matthew Liberatore dealing? That's coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Jay Delsing, friend of the program, I have reached out to him. He was in studio. And he, before the whole thing started, before the Masters started, picked Justin Rose to win. And there he was, sinking a putt on the 72nd hole to drop to 11 under, which eventually became the number Rory McIlroy would finish at as well after he bogeyed the 72nd hole. So, Jackson and I started on 101 ESPN in January of 2022, Martin. And
there's a statue out front.
That's actually a tiny little statue of Mickey Carroll, but people mistake us. Okay. But the reason I cite that is, even though I personally love to play the game of golf, and I'll watch, not necessarily all the tournaments, but certainly the majors and a handful of others. Hilton Head this week is one I'll watch. But I don't bring that love of the game to 101 ESPN because I recognize that probably about 350 of the 365 days of the year, most people don't care. Today, however, is a day that I think stands out. I think from a sports standpoint, it's the storyline, and I think the vast majority of sports fans around the country yesterday were tuned into something that was Shakespearean in the rise, the fall, the rise, the fall, the rise, the fall, and then what I thought, as I watched those two guys on the tee on 18 in the playoff, I truly thought Justin Rose was going to win that tournament, and Rory McIlroy, a guy with a number of, from a golf standpoint, tragic moments in his career, was going to have the greatest tragedy of them all.
That putt was as close to a gimme, right? In the golf world, in the professional golf world, that putt on 18, wouldn't you say professional golfers make that putt, 95% of the time?
Surprisingly, the data, not on that putt specifically, but if I'm not mistaken, it's either a 6-foot putt or an 8-foot putt. And that wasn't a 6-foot putt. That was a 4-foot putt. But professional golfers make, it's either 6 or 8, 50% of the time. And I think there's an assumption that they make them like 90% of the time. That putt that you're talking about, that's in the 90 percentile range, I would imagine.
I thought in that moment, wow. The story is all about Rory, the collapse. And I started thinking about his career, like what happens now because he's going to lose on the playoff. Well, he had to replay 18. Not only is it a playoff, so you're emotionally spent from what just happened. It's the exact same hole, the exact same green where you just choked. Unbelievable. I know Jim Nantz said now the world can exhale. The world, the whole world able to exhale.
Absolutely.
And I think what you were referencing earlier, like what's the biggest story? We always joke with Jackson about the lead. In fact, Jim in the press box at the Busch Stadium press box, he works with the media up there, and there's kind of like a little concession area. He said, full dossier tomorrow. And I said, Jim, you are correct. Full dossier. That's in addition to a St. Louis County sheriff. I was walking out and he said, do you really go to onboarding? People
you're going to have to come up with something new soon.
People are, I said, well, there was some onboarding early on. And people are plugged in. But I don't think there's any debate that the lead story is the Masters. And I'll give you an example. In the Cardinal clubhouse, Nolan Arenado, Ryan Helsey, these guys make millions. They're all-stars. Yeah. They're glued to the TV. They're watching the Masters. And in MLB, how many pro players are there? It's a small percentage of the globe, but it's 700-800 people. In golf, it's a handful of truly great golfers. And these guys that are huge money professional athletes are staring at the TV because they want to see who's going to win the Masters. And then the way it played out. And I was thinking yesterday, everybody likes Rory. And then I heard Dan in Atlanta call in, and I said, oh, for God's sakes. But didn't it feel like all the golfers were like excited for, even Justin Rose was kind of like, hey, I had a shot. Thanks for opening the door, but good for you.
I think the way that it went down also, an analogy that I would present here for especially a St. Louis audience is it's better that it went down the way that it went down. In other words, here's my analogy. Had David Freese just won Game 6 of the 2011 World Series with that ball that caromed off the right field wall over Nelson Cruz's head, I don't think that it's considered one of the best baseball games by people, not just in St. Louis, but around the game. And that is the way that it is. Of course, as people age and, and other games appear, that one may fall down the list. But it became the greatest game, certainly for Cardinal fans, but truly baseball historians mention 2011 as one of, if not the best baseball games of the last 25 years, because what happened in the top of the 10th with Hamilton's home run, and then what happened in the bottom of the 10th with Berkman's 2-out, 2-strike hit to tie the game, and then you get to Freese's home run in the bottom of the 11th, and if you really want to get into the weeds, the only reason he was still up is because the umpire missed what would have been and should have been ball 4 on a 3-0 pitch. Is when I've talked with Freese about it, he says, yeah, he goes, I thought I walked. He goes, I'm glad I didn't. He goes,
same.
So this thing, I'm out with my family yesterday afternoon. My older son had a sporting event, and so I knew it was going to be quite a little situation I'm like, do I try not to watch it and then go home and watch it and watch it like I do with Blues playoff games? Just watch and not look at my phone to know what's going on. I don't know how I would have been able to pull that off. So I'm watching it on my phone as we're out there, and what stood out to me, Martin, is number one, you talk about nerves, whatever it is. Certainly golfers can talk about them, but I'm sure plenty of other people in a variety of sports, whatever age you are, have nerves. Golf tends to accentuate those nerves. I think we talked about that with Robert Thomas like last week or 2 weeks ago. You know, I remember...
like playing in a pro-am or
right.
being a pro athlete, but in that different setting.
Were you nervous as you took the ice against Boston in Game 7, and he was as young as he was at that time? What was he?
18 or 19?
I know, 19, I think. No. What about when you're over a ball at Fox Run for a member guest in front of like
quivering
20 guys who have, you know, enjoyed libations throughout the day? Yes, and it doesn't stand to reason. Well, here's Rory McIlroy, and I did get to see, you know, the first 6 holes before having to leave. And he acknowledged it afterwards. He was super nervous on number 1. But weirdly, when he double bogeyed number 1, he said that it calmed his nerves. But the shot on 13 is the one that, you know, I don't even think you have to be a golfer to go, what the hell was that?
What nightmares are made of.
Oh, my God.
Jackson Burkett, everybody.
I mean, so he laid up on 13, the par 5. Again, I'll go into the weeds. Maybe today will be one of the only days I ever do it on the game, but he is a right to left ball flight, and that pin being where it is on 13 is not a great shot for him because the ball's above his feet, and as a right-handed player, the ball will tend to go to the left, and it accentuates even more when you're a right to left player. So that's a tough spot for him. So with a lead, a guy with all the distance in the world chose to lay up. Fine. He's got a 4-shot lead, and I think Rose maybe had cut it to 3 at that point. Either way, it's a comfortable lead. And he has a wedge in. I don't even, do you know what the distance was?
80, like 80 yards.
Crap. And I don't know what to say. He hits it into the water. And all of the sudden, now he's tied with a guy who most people going into yesterday weren't even talking about. It was thought to be a rematch of the showdown at the U.S. Open where Rory missed 2 short putts, 2 of the final 4 holes, and Bryson DeChambeau, to his credit, hit one of the greatest decent-sized bunker shots. That wasn't a greenside bunker. He had to hit an incredible shot. I think it was a 50-yard bunker shot, and won the U.S. Open. Plus, Rory had blown it at St. Andrews a couple of years ago. Rory, of course, had been chasing this career Grand Slam, only the 6th player to do it. And so you're thinking, oh, my God, he's going to blow it again. And then Ludwig Oberg gets into the mix, and you had a 3-way tie. But here's Rory on 17. Well, 15, actually. Forget about 17. 15. He lays up on 13, but he's kind of behind the trees on 15. Jack Nicklaus called in to live from the Masters on the Golf Channel following the tournament, said, I wouldn't have taken a chance on that shot. And he hits it to, what, 5 feet?
Yeah. For
an eagle putt? But then he misses the putt, and off we go again. The tee shot on 16, usually for those who watch it, they have the pin on the lower level, and it's a shot that for those guys, it's kind of easy. Golf nerds don't like it. They call it a funnel pin, that if you hit a 7-yard radius, it just funnels down to the hole. But because it was the 50th anniversary of Nicklaus winning the Masters in 75, and he won it on that pin on the top shelf, they put it there. Well, that made the shot a hell of a lot more difficult. To Rory's credit, he executed that. Then he hits it to 2 feet on 17, and he takes the lead. But I'm sitting there as he gets to 18, and I'm going, this is the kind of guy that for whatever reason, and I don't know what it is, for whatever reason, he'll have these self-inflicted wounds. And I was watching him on tee off on 18, and I'm thinking, God, is he going to pull it left, or is he going to blast it into the woods right? And instead he hits it up. I mean, God only knows how far that thing went, to the point that he's going driver wedge in. And truly, the one of the more famed collapses in the history of the game took place on that hole, and it was Greg Norman. And Greg Norman's collapse opened up the door, and I'm not even talking about the one with Faldo. I'm talking about the one with Jack Nicklaus in 1986. Norman was in the fairway. He had to push it right. He had to push it so far right it went into the gallery. In the case of McIlroy, he has a wedge. If he drops down 100 golf balls from where he was and hits a wedge, I don't know if any of them, and I mean one of them, goes where he went. Not because it was a dreadful shot, but just because he is going, his shot dispersion from there is going to be on the green truly, I think, damn near 100 out of 100 times. I suppose maybe 95 out of 100, but I don't know if he's going to miss it in the bunker. So he misses it in the bunker, but then he hits a great bunker shot, and now we get to that 4-foot putt that you were talking about. And I knew, and most golf fans would know, that putt breaks right to left, but off of the club face, he missed it left. I mean, it wasn't a bad read. He missed it left. And Brad Faxon, who Jay Delsing, who was in here with, was talking to, Jay, has been working with Rory McIlroy on his short game here because he's really lost his advantage on distance because his wedges have been so bad. And when he gets nervous, he tends to miss his putts off the heel of the putter face. And that's, of course, a little closer to you, heel, toe. He misses it off the heel, which therefore creates the miss left. And that's what wound up happening. And so now he has to go back out there and try to get it back together in a playoff where everything's on the line. And I was listening to his post-round press conference at Augusta, and his longtime friend, who he's been friends with for nearly 30 years, who is his caddy, says, as they're taking that cart ride out to number 18 to meet Justin Rose for the playoff, he says, well, we would have taken this if we would have been told on Monday that we have a one-hole playoff to win the Masters. And that is the job of a caddy, who oftentimes is your friend, to somehow find the right concise, not the speech, but the concise thing to reset the mind. I'll take it back and localize it once again. Craig Berube, Game 7, Boston. We're a good effing hockey team. We belong here. Now let's go out there and bring the cup back home. Yeah. That's it. That's the message. If we would have been told on Monday morning that we had one hole to win the Masters, we would have cut off our right arms to have this chance. No surprise to me that Justin Rose hit it down the middle. Big surprise to me that Rory McIlroy hit it damn near exactly where he hit it on the 72nd hole. No surprise to me that Justin Rose hit the shot that he hit, which was a great shot. But then, and this was the moment, Rory McIlroy's shot, which hit and bounced up on that hill, which allowed it to come back down the hill to set up a 2-footer to get to a point that even Rory in that situation couldn't miss, was a thing of beauty. And then his reaction as it goes down, those moments will live forever in sport, not just in golf. Here is Jim Nance's call of that moment.
The long journey is over. McIlroy has his masterpiece.
He's been holding that reaction in since 2014.
I love how after that moment, Nance, the rest of CB, nobody said anything for minutes.
It had to be almost 10 minutes because they followed the walk all the way to the clubhouse.
And I wondered how much of that is told to all the golfers ahead of time. If you win, you'll go over to your family. Once you leave the green and you're hugging your caddy, because it almost felt like they knew exactly. Family, chairman, green jackets, fans. Like it was perfect. Just the walk. And I said, Nance doesn't have to say a word. And I saw some people online yesterday, stop talking, Jim. And I said, well, he is the host on CBS. I mean, he is the golf host.
He didn't talk, though.
No, I'm saying during the tournament. People were saying, enough, Nance, like zip it. I saw a lot of people saying he's talking too much. And then in the end, after that moment, he didn't say a word.
Perfect.
For minutes. Maybe it was 10 minutes because we were just sitting at work watching, and the emotions, whether it was hugs, crying, fist pumping, the crowd going crazy, and some of those aerial shots with all the people around the green, that was insane. Just the pure emotion. I was a little surprised his parents weren't there, right? He said they're back home in Ireland, and he got emotional talking. It just seemed very relatable, and it almost feels like a Jackson dossier quizzical. Do you like your superheroes to be a little human at times?
Absolutely.
Like they fall down, and you're like, oh, I can relate to that.
Yes.
And I would have missed that putt, but I wouldn't have come back. I would never win the Masters.
That's the part, and I think that's the part that makes this story, which again I recognize, even though I love it, I try not to then bring it to this show because I recognize most people don't. But that's why this kind of transcends the game and it becomes relatable because you saw a guy live the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows, the highs, the lows, and then somehow when it mattered most, I mean, that shot that wedge into the 73rd hole was the defining moment for a guy who there are videos of. It was a great Nike commercial of Rory as a boy in Northern Ireland watching Tiger win in 1997. And he used to hit, I think it was golf balls into his family's dryer. That's how he practiced chipping. And he became this prodigy. And all of that, all of it, whether it be winning the U.S. Open at a young age, you wouldn't even recognize the guy if you looked at a picture of him from 2011, to winning the PGA, to winning the Open and having the career Grand Slam on his shoulders for 11 years, much less having the lead that he had at Augusta, heading to the back nine in 2011. All of that comes down because Justin Rose had sent the message, I'm good. I was the guy making the putts in Rome in the Ryder Cup. I've won majors. I've been in a Masters playoff before in 2017 with Sergio. Sergio got me that day. I don't care what the story is. As he said, I wanted to be the bad guy. I'm here to win it today. You're not going to. I got a story too. I've been here. And he follows up, and he hits a shot that he nearly jarred on his second shot, and instead had, I don't know what that was, 10 to 12 feet downhill, left to right, not an easy putt by any means. And Rory fires that dart. Holy crap. I mean, it was again, I think the thing that makes people relate to it, even though you're talking about the most elite plot of land in the United States, the most inaccessible plot of land in the United States, with guys who have net worths well into the nine figures, was the story of not overcoming adversity once, but multiple times in a span of 4 hours, but truly in a span of 11 years to become only the sixth player to have the career Grand Slam. It was a sports story that so many people can relate to, even if the tournament and the game itself isn't something that many can relate to.
And you talk about a wild ride, just his back nine. Birdie, bogey, par, double bogey, bogey, birdie, par, birdie, bogey. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And at that level, that's rare that you see that kind of up, down,
cards
up, down,
are weird.
up, down.
And then I think it's something poetic about how the wedge burned him on 13, went into the water, burned him on 18, going into the bunker, and then there was that same wedge that delivered just an unbelievable, perfect timing shot on the 73rd hole to, put it within an inch. That was awesome. I had both hands up after he nailed the putt. I was so fired up.
Did you go out and yell on the patio? Did you scream aloud?
I yelled when he missed it on 72.
No, so I was at a place where, it was, I don't know how many people were watching it, but certainly a large, and when he missed the putt, it was like a loud, people were like, everybody was tuned into it. And then when he made the putt, everybody screamed. I was in a weird spot, and whatever. I diversify my bets throughout the Masters, where if Rose won, I would have won a nice hit. Not like something really changed his life, but a nice hit. And I was pulling for Rory, because if anything, I respect the battle. You respect the fight. It's what, as a parent, I think you try to hold up as an example. This guy missed this putt, and I think so many people would have just gone on the floor and gone, I'm done, and then hit the ball in the woods and not even want to go back out there. I'll tie it in again locally. Something that I admired greatly about Brian McKenna, and I had an up and down relationship with Brian McKenna, and I think Martin knows that. So I don't want to. But over the last decade, we were close. When he was diagnosed with cancer, that's when he became charitable. That's why I hold him up. I'm like, you're superhuman. That's when he became charitable. It wasn't before he got diagnosed with cancer. It was after. That's when he became charitable. He's always an amusing guy, but that's when he became selfless. I think for me anyway, you admire when you see somebody do something that you go, I don't know if I could have done that. I'm not talking about hitting the ball 330 yards. Who can do that? I'm not talking about, being able to chip it, on those greens in particular to 2 feet. I'm talking about character. I'm talking about the intangibles, and that's the ride that Rory McIlroy and CBS took people on yesterday. That's why it stands out. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. You are welcome to call in. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you are welcome to participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Plenty of friends have gathered, youtube.com/TMASTL. Already more than 200 people in there here at 7:25 on 101 ESPN. Your Steve Dossier, Chris Kerber, Brad Thompson, Jay Delsing, all coming your way. In addition to the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, this is TMA 101 ESPN. So much stuff on the news, Martin. Not on Sports Final, but
No. Earlier. I mean, I can't help that. we bring the lightness to a day of darkness. Stick around for Sports Final later. When we show you highlights of a game you may not have watched, we'll condense it to 45 seconds.
How about that? There you go.
What more do you want?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug Vaughn vacationing the Hamptons. He will be back tomorrow. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Your Stiefel dossier features Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15. Brad Thompson in the 9 o'clock hour. And Jay Delsing in the 10 o'clock hour. There is your Stiefel dossier. Martin, you pay attention to Puck Monkey. I pay attention to Money Puck.
Okay. Are they similar? Kind of like the Vaughn Index seems to mirror the points totals?
Oftentimes. About 5 days ago, the Blues were at 98.6% to make the Stanley Cup playoffs. Would you like to venture a guess what it is now?
Because Calgary's math is still tough. They've still got to win out. I'll say 90.
88.9. It's dropped about 10 percentage points. Minnesota's at 97.5. Calgary still has work to do. 13.6%. I was texting with the non-ling. He was a member of TMA about, I'd say 14 years ago. And then he made the mistake of getting out of sports talk radio and going to law school.
Is that why he didn't make Joe Buck's Mount Rushmore producers?
I think Joe didn't respect somebody bettering their life.
Yeah, seriously. Clearly.
And I was texting with the non-ling this morning. And it's kind of like a Jay Randolph Sr. question on the green. I think that was on the green, maybe. Do you know who it was? Doug would know. Something, he was talking to somebody. I think it was at Belle Reve. And I don't know who it was coming off the green in 1992. I think it might have been Jack Nicklaus. And he goes, Jackie, indeed. And that was it. There was no...
And then they go from there like, oh, it's a great point, Jay. And then they give like a 5-minute answer. I think he did that a lot, even when the Cardinals would clinch. Let's go to Jay Randolph in Montreal. And like, I'm here with Vince Coleman. How about it? And then they would just talk.
That's better than, tell me about what you were... I like it. So anyway, I texted the non-ling, and he knows what I mean. And I texted him this morning at 6:30. What do you think, non-ling? He knew exactly what I was talking about. And he wrote, injuries, absences came at the wrong time. They were rolling. Calgary has to win 2 really tough games to do it, though. I still like the Blues' chances. Got some real questions about their series, though. And I think if I could summarize it where I am, that's where I am as well. The mindset... If you can take yourself back, even though it might seem like now, a month ago, a week ago, the Blues were heading out on that road trip, Martin. Winnipeg, Edmonton, and Seattle. And the Blues were heading out on that road trip looking to make it 13 in a row. And we knew they were heading out on that road trip without Dylan Holloway. But the impact of Dylan Holloway not being there seems to be much more clear now than it did a week ago. You got Parayko to come back on Saturday, but the team just does not look like the team we saw, even in some losses since the Four Nations. And so therefore, if you asked me, you got to bet one way or the other. Do they get in? I would say yes. Part of that, though, actually, is because Calgary does have their hands full. Calgary is in a weird spot. Somehow, I don't know what went on with the NHL schedule. The Blues have always played more than anybody else, and Calgary has always been well behind.
A couple doubleheaders still to make up.
When the Blues season is over, Calgary will still have 2 results that are to be determined. Now, they're both playing tomorrow, but Calgary doesn't play until after the Blues game, or will be getting underway. But they play Vegas, and then they play at Los Angeles. Now, the question there, while those are 2 playoff teams, is the motivation for those teams. That's where you get into the question. So let's talk about that, because it is material to the conversation. Last night, Calgary beat San Jose. San Jose could have been fighting for their individual lives. I don't think they would have won the game, much less the fact that they are one of the worst teams in the league and the worst team in the Western Conference. In Vegas's case, they got it wrapped up. So Vegas is playing for nothing. Great hockey team, not playing for anything. And LA is in a spot where they could be playing for something. They're 2 points up on Edmonton, but by the time the Flames play them, they might not be playing for anything. So the good news is that the Blues control their own destiny. Win tomorrow night in regulation, and you go to the playoffs. Period. You still might be the 7 seed, by the way, because Minnesota has 1 game left, and they are only a point up on the Blues. They, however, play the Ducks, and Jackson considers the Ducks to be the worst franchise in all of North American sports of the 4 major North American sports leagues. Am I correct on that?
I just question the amount of eyeballs in the Ducks.
Wow. What about the Wizards?
Yeah, that's both in bad shape.
So whereas the Sharks are sitting at 51 points, the Ducks are at 78 points. So who knows? Minnesota could wind up being on the outside looking in, even though the Puck Monkey has them at 98%.
Puck Monkey.
Jim Montgomery's comment Saturday night was very similar to what you said about Rory's caddy. He said if you had told us before the Four Nations break that we'd have 1 game to win to get in, we would have taken it in a heartbeat, which is true. But it tells you how buried they were to win 12 in a row. And now you're still scrambling. You've lost 3 in a row, but you had the 12-game winning streak, and that didn't even cement a playoff trip. You're at home, Utah, you've struggled with. I think going back to the Phoenix days, remember they played him 6 times in 1 year?
I know we know Clayton Keller will score.
Yeah, that's guaranteed.
But that's a tradition. But you were in the commercial break looking up their record against Utah, and then if you want to go back to when they were the Coyotes, it feels like for a team that has been doing nothing outside of playing in front of nobody at a college arena in Tempe before moving to Salt Lake, that they've been a thorn in the Blues' side. I don't know if you have dug up data.
The Blues lost the first 2 this year to Utah. 1 was really early in the year. Then in January, they lost at Utah, the Utah Hockey Club. That was in January 18th. So that's a long time ago. More recent would be February 2nd. They won at Utah 2-1. So they're 1-2 against the Utah Hockey Club, but it all predates the Four Nations break. If you look at the Blues as a different team now, I mean, if you have a chance to win at home, if you lose, it's your fault. If you don't beat them, you've had every chance on this road trip to win games. You didn't. Okay, now you got to beat Utah. And if you don't, then you just sit around. And for those, it gets really complicated. If the Blues lose, then they need Calgary to lose at least once. That's it. You would hate to be sitting around on Thursday watching a Kings game saying, boy, I hope to God that the Kings can do us a favor. Just take care of business.
And whereas the Blues got a break last week against Edmonton, almost didn't have McDavid out there. I mean, that was not the Edmonton Oilers that you're going to see when the playoffs get underway. That was about half of the Edmonton Oilers that you're going to see when the playoffs get underway, and the Blues couldn't get it done. And what really stands out, and don't get me wrong, and Chris Kerber will certainly talk about this when he joins us coming up at 8:15. It stands out how many near misses the team had earlier in the year, but more recently, 5 days ago against Edmonton, get that game to overtime, and the world looks a whole lot different. If you recall, Nathan Walker making his way down the ice, great opportunity, wasn't able to convert it. Edmonton then pushes it out of their zone and down the ice, and that's where Connor McDavid finds the open man who was left uncovered because the 2 Blues followed McDavid behind the net, and a puck that gets past Jordan Binnington that I think he probably would like to have back. And the Blues don't pick up a point in Edmonton. They pick up a point in Seattle. But, man, it is not the way that you would have thought this thing would go down. After winning 12 in a row, they pick up 1 of 6 possible points on the road trip.
And you got Parayko back. That almost went below the radar.
Yeah.
That was sort of, John Kelly alluded to that last week. Parayko comes back and scores a goal. You get a goal from Nick Leddy. You felt like that's a game you needed to win in Seattle, and you get the 3 goals in the third period. Couldn't finish him off. Couldn't win it in the shootout either. How about Snuggerud in that moment? Comes down to the kid who was 2 weeks ago and living in a college dorm. Hey, if you could score here, that would keep this game going. That was a big ask of him.
That was a rough shootout performance as well.
Most people focus on Kyrou and we're mad at him. And
I mean, to not get the puck on the net, that was rough. Especially when the Blues had the advantage and then let it get away. That was rough. Jim Montgomery talked about it following the game and the Blues and high-stakes games now that we are in mid-April.
If you're immersed in the moment and you're thinking about what you control, which is your next shift and what you're supposed to do, and you're immersed in the details and our habits, then you don't even feel the pressure. This is welcomed opportunity, and that's the way we're looking at it.
Well, the opportunity is there tomorrow night. I mean, it's felt like playoff caliber hockey because they've essentially had to be in the spot where they win night in, night out. Well, here you go. This is it. Win, you're in. Win and you're in. Win, and you have put this season in a perspective of a great accomplishment. Win, and you appreciate what the team did from the Four Nations on. Lose and miss out on the playoffs, and what really was, truly, and I know that it doesn't feel this way and probably not something that most listeners want to look at this way, and I share this with you, but I do think it's relevant to the conversation, and I do think it's perspective. The organization took steps forward this way in a major way, but if you lose tomorrow and the Flames win their games, then that's not the way that it is going to feel around St. Louis, because you were on the precipice of getting into the playoffs and taking that next step, but to blow it in the final week, it would taint exactly what you were able to do. And I'm talking about you upgraded your head coach position. I think that it would be viewed unanimously. Clearly, your young players took another step. Clearly, you had defensemen step up in a situation when Parayko went down. And then you got a chance to see both Dvorsky and Snuggerud up with the big boys playing in games that mattered, much less that young core get a chance to not only play in games that mattered, but have to lift themselves up from looking like also-rans and sellers at the deadline to a team that nobody wanted to play about 10 days ago. And that is what is on the line tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Enterprise Center.
Yeah, there was massive franchise momentum over the last month. Like, all right, we get it. This is what Army's been talking about. Look how good we're going to be not only this year, but next year. If you fizzle, you got people pretty excited. If they miss the playoffs, it's kind of like the Rory missed putt, except there's no extra hole. It's just, wow, that's how we're going to go into the offseason. And yes, there's plenty of positives that you can sell. The future's bright, but it's going to ring a little hollow if you just fizzle like this. I think at this point, to maintain, other than the diehards, to maintain some of that goodwill, you got to get in.
This market was all Blues all the time for the last month, and you've got the momentum. You got 60 minutes to finish it. And now I think, and I feel pretty confident saying this, because of, I really do think the Holloway injury, and how odd that injury, a guy that I'm sure many Blues fans didn't even know existed this time last year, has had that kind of impact on the team, whereas the Parayko injury, somehow they were able to navigate, but they look like a different team, that if you are able to win that game, you got those 60 minutes, then, hey, God bless, you're in the playoffs. But I think the expectations now, if they are able to get in, have come back to earth here over the last
As far as in the postseason,
yes.
Instead of this team's going to make a deep run, like, well, I'm glad we got in. I don't know what we're going to do.
It's a much
bigger crapshoot.
Different mindset. And now, in that sense, and I remember asking somebody, it wasn't Kachuk, even though he was on that team, about the 2009 Blues. Might have been Jamie Rivers, I think. Maybe we were talking with him about that. The 2009 Blues. And that was a team that had to go on a heater to get in. They got in, you felt like they got a good chance, and then there was a clear gap between them and the Vancouver Canucks, and they were swept out of the playoffs. That might be what winds up happening, whether they get the Jets or the Golden Knights, don't know. All I know is this, and it's certainly spoken in code, and I understand it's intentional, and I understand the reason for it. Whereas you could sense that Parayko is on the verge of coming back here over the last week or so, no matter who you talk to.
The tone was always positive.
Absolutely. With regard to Holloway, anytime that comes up, you're not going to see him anytime soon. I don't know if we see him in this season again. And
if you went
season,
around in advance, it feels like it would be a crapshoot.
I agree. So I think that has spoken to, number one, his importance, but it has also spoken to the severity of the injury. And it's a shame. You're out there and you're playing, and you're in the middle of that point of the winning streak. And that second period against the Pittsburgh Penguins, the team got blown up, and really they haven't looked the same since. They were able to get the 2 points that night, but they just haven't looked the same since. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646, and you're also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners. You go to youtube.com/TMA STL and talk it over with 246 of your friends, including Aaron in St. Chuck, Cody in Cardinals, Bill's Holes is in there. Martin, you always like talking about Bill's Holes.
What's Bill's Holes talking about?
Bill's Holes says Kings might not have motivation to win, and I agree with Bill's Holes.
So they'd be playing for home ice in that first-round series, right? With Edmonton, that would be on the line, I guess. So they could be wrapped up by then. Yeah. They're 2 up right now.
Stag is complaining that we talked about the Masters. And you can go.
Don't worry, Cardinals Corner is still to come. I've looked at the dossier.
Dumbass.
Cardinals Corner is still to come, right?
Martin, can I have a... Who did the thing, a moment for myself? I feel like that was like a broadcaster. It might have been a local thing.
A moment for myself.
Yeah.
JC, Mike Bush, somebody.
I don't know. Something along those
Larry
lines.
Connor. So now time, a moment for me.
One of the moments, one of the more amusing things that I've observed as Martin is now in his 6 months on his return to the program, is something that was said during a commercial break last week. Did these guys just sit here for 4 hours and watch and listen to the show and complain? How do they do that? And I said, you know what? It's kind of interesting to have somebody come in from the outside and make that observation. I go, yeah, I guess it's been part of our lives forever, so we don't really think anything of it. But yeah, it's a fair question.
There is a lot of complaining, and what I'm fascinated, though, on the YouTube chat, there's a whole nother dialogue going on. It has nothing to do with what's going on in the show. And then occasionally they'll weave in, hey, Martin's hat's crooked. And then they'll get back to, hey, I was looking to buy a refrigerator. And then they'll get back to, hey, did anybody go to De Pere this weekend? And like,
what I was doing in De Pere. But I have to say this, whether it's negative or positive, I'm grateful it exists, because it's what's put food on the table and allowed us to say whenever we kind of want to say it. It's been fun. Thank you, and doff our caps. And then
always making the B-fib happy.
That's right.
It's across the board. People like to complain.
Including Dan in Atlanta
was upset that Rory won. I felt like the guys who host Masters Radio, to them, it's like a glorious morning. They're still in Augusta on site. They're like, what a wonderful day. And everybody has a little glass of the Jim Nance syrup down there.
You know that?
And these guys are like, all right, let's go to Dan. Hello, Dan. And he's like, beep, beep, backed into it, Rory. I'm like, oh, no.
You know what I loved about Nance is they were replaying Rory's reaction. He goes, as he drops to his knees on the sacred sod. I just thought
that's the sacred sod. And alliteration. Yeah. No less. You can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, complain about the program. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Beautiful weather here the next couple of days. The temperatures are going to be warm. Michelob Ultra, get out there and enjoy it. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the YouTube chat. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA. Brown & Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. And don't you want a local law firm if you're going to be in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, one that knows how to handle the ins and the outs of your case and the local environment? You're going to get superior legal service and valued client service as well. Brown & Crouppen treats their clients and employees like gold. You know Ed Herman from coming on the program, Andy Crouppen, and Terry Crouppen as well. Call them at 314-222-2222 or go online at brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. So far on the program, 49 minutes in, we've had a 25-minute discussion on the Masters. We've had a 20-minute discussion on the Blues, and coming up, it's Jackson's Cardinal Corner, in which the story, of course, is the Cardinals beating Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler, but also Wilson Contreras' postgame comments, and then the comments from the Phillies announcer, who was taking a crap on the Cardinals and their attendance and the Battlehawks? Yes, that's what Jackson has in the dossier. It's coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Moritz Royce Jewelers, local. Been around since 1982 in St. Louis. Not a chain. Family owned, family operated. And Dan is the third generation in the jewelry industry. That's right. It's Moritz Royce, online at ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com, and they are located on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Gallery on Brentwood Boulevard in Richmond Heights, right near Clayton. If you are thinking about getting engaged, I would like to recommend going to Moritz Royce Jewelers, online at ninjabling.com. A lot of jewelry in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together quickly. They also do custom jewelry, and if you are interested in designing something from the ground up, perhaps something for Mother's Day, Moritz Royce is the place to go. It is a private, non-pressure experience at Moritz Royce. Online at ninjabling.com. Go into the store on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Gallery on Brentwood Boulevard in Richmond Heights near Clayton. It's Moritz Royce Jewelers. Online at ninjabling.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are in a playoff race, and I'm going to break it down for you right now. The Flames win last night against the San Jose Sharks. Both the Flames and Blues are off today. Now, tomorrow night, the Blues will host the Utah Hockey Club right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, the Flames will be taking on the Golden Knights. That puck is going to drop about an hour after the Blues game. If the Blues lose and the Flames win, the race continues. But if the Blues win in regulation, that means the playoff for your St. Louis Blues. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nolan Gorman got his eye back. Cutting down on K's. Listen for the crack. Our boy Victor got blazing speed. No chance at second if he has his lead. Early got the bat to get it done. There's no stopping number 41. Hell's bells coming in stopper style. Lights turn red, B-Fib go wild. Look out.
Well, Martin, first place by mid-July is possible because the Cardinals are coming tra-la, just 2.5 games back of the Chicago Cubs after beating Aaron Nola and Zach. I mean, I wasn't monitoring it. I'm sure some in the audience would know what the money line was yesterday for the Cardinals. That means winning straight up against the Phillies, with the Phillies tossing Wheeler and the Cardinals sending out Liberatore. I would imagine it had to be close to 2-1 on your money. That's what I would imagine. So many things about yesterday's game, Martin, and Brad Thompson will be with us in the 9 o'clock hour to talk it over. Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15. Jay Delsing on the Masters in the 10 o'clock hour. There's Steve Dossier. Were key. I mean, number one, Wilson Contreras got his eye back. Big day yesterday for him. The average up to 158. And he hit his first home run of the season. But Liberatore dealing, I mean, how about that?
If you looked at the matchups going into the weekend, and I think there were a couple of texts on Friday saying they're getting swept. I mean, Phillies come to town. Cardinals were limping back from that road trip. If you looked at the matchups, it was not only Nola Wheeler, but you had Palante, who's a pretty good pitcher, but not a big name. Liberatore, who they're hopeful, but his career splits as a starter versus bullpen guy are incredibly different, and not in a good way. And you win those two games, and not only win, but you shut out the Phillies. I mean, that's Schwarber and Harper. And
how about Friday? Did you think if you had been told beforehand that your backup catcher would be playing second base, that you'd be able to get the W?
Great moment.
That was awesome.
Hey, whatever. That was kind of La Russa-esque that you had to kind of maneuver with getting injured.
Probably shouldn't have Donnie as the DH, your utility infielder.
So then the pitcher. Anyway, it was a fun weekend of ball, Tim. We like to call it ball. And I will be honest, I know you're going to talk about Contreras. This was sort of my theme down there because the crowds were not horrific, but they weren't great. And we wondered about that, too, going into the weekend. So I said they're 6-3 at home. So they've played 9 games at home. That's exactly, 1/9 of the season. So I said to Ali Marmol after the game, winning these games at home, winning series, do you think there's a chance that it'll re-energize the fan base if you're winning at home, especially against a better team like the Phillies? And his answer was more along the lines of, hey, listen, these guys are doing it right. They're busting their butt. He probably didn't want to address the fans if he was, you don't want to appear critical either. So then I threw that same topic at Contreras, and he said something like, yeah, where are they? Like, where is everybody? And
it was your question.
It was my question. And, well, first of all, we go over to Contreras, and he turns and goes, hey, where you guys all been? And I said, well, we've been thinking about you. He goes, okay, good. Because obviously he's been struggling, so you haven't really talked to him much. But I just said 6-3 at home. Do you hope the more you win here, then more people show up? And that's what led to like the answer about saying don't stop believing. I believe he was quoting Journey.
Yeah, Steve Perry's Journey. As a matter of fact, here is the exchange with Martin and Contreras.
I mean, we play for them. I don't know why they're not here. I mean, they have their reason. I'm not saying no, but you guys know that we play for you guys and we need you guys. But you guys give us energy, and one thing that I'm gonna say is that don't stop believing in this team, because we have everything in this clubhouse that I'm gonna say it because I feel like it. We have everything in this clubhouse to compete, and the energy that we've been showing from day one until now is amazing.
And my premise is, if they do well at home or if they have a decent record, are more people inclined to give it a shot? Hey, I've heard about the younger players. Or is it, nope, dug in on Mozeliak, DeWitt, we're not supporting the franchise? I think there's a lot of that won't waver, even if they're, 5-10 games over 500 in a month or two. I think there's a lot of people who are just saying, screw it. And that's sort of my curiosity, is if they happen to play well, which maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just be 500 all year.
So the attendance yesterday was listed as 32,509. For those of you watching on television, or perhaps you were there, I'd be curious what you think was actually in the ballpark. We have a text here, and you can text into the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. We were there Saturday, might have been 8,000 people there, and thank God for the Frozen 4 crowd, or there would have been no one there. So saying people that were there for the Western Michigan.
Took in a little baseball.
Took in some baseball. I had some buddies who were there on Saturday. They thought that it was in the low 20s that were actually in attendance on Saturday.
Yeah, the number seems to be maybe 2/3, whatever the number announced that they sold.
You think that's the way to calculate it?
I'm kind of throwing that out there. But let's say they announced 20 because that's what they sold. And you can probably say, what are there, 12 to 13,000 there. Hey, it's 30. Sold. There's about 20 there. I think that's kind of my metric right now. So it wasn't horrible, but it is the Phillies and Nola Wheeler. I mean, it's a team you just faced in the playoffs a couple of years ago. So it's a real thing. I guess we're going to talk about it all year. My question is, will the crowd that's mad, is there going to be any break in the dam? Or people just dug in and saying, screw it. And Wilson, sorry, buddy, it's not your fault. It's the ownership.
And so I think what part of the conversation has to be is not sports related, is not on-field performance related, is not I don't like John Mozeliak related, is not I don't like Ali Marmol related, is not I don't like the DeWitts and what I perceive as being hoarding money related. And so to me, actually, that is a bigger concern. I always say it's better, like we were just joking about the people who watch the show for 4 hours and complain about it. Great. Please do. Please continue to complain. But apathy is the biggest enemy of a business. And I'm wondering about the apathy. Listen, what are people talking about in the St. Louis area today? For real. Number one, for now, it's the Masters. But starting here in a few hours, attention will be turned certainly to tomorrow night against Utah, Calgary in their game against Vegas, and the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Cardinals just played a team, probably the team that is most likely to challenge the Dodgers, even though the baseball playoff format, certainly is a crapshoot, but, probably the team, Las Vegas-wise, most likely, other than the Dodgers, to get there to the National League pennant and beat Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler and held that offense to 4 runs. I mean, they shut him out on Friday. Palante shut him out on Friday, and Liberatore shut him out on Sunday. You know as well as I do, Martin, you've been working in the market longer than I have, but when you combine our time in the market, it's well over 50 years. That is an outlier. Now, if you would have gone, well, this was when the Rams were playing and the Rams were hot, then that's one thing. Or if the Blues had a game last night. The Blues game was 2 nights ago, and it was in Seattle. This to me, people don't even want to talk about it. Now, some do. Don't get me wrong. Some do. But as far as having done this for as long as we've done it, to see the decline in interest, and not necessarily anger or joy, but apathy, the increase in apathy, that's the thing that I'm curious about. And I don't know how much of the weird television situation has impacted it. I'm sure some of you have cable and you're like, what are you talking about with this thing? It's been a real thing for a number of years now. It's been about 5 years of it. The downtown thing, I think, is a real thing for some people as well. The cost is a real thing for people. And then you combine those factors and then feel like the product on the field is not great or that the organization is not reciprocating your emotional investment / financial investment. That is how you arrive at apathy.
Yeah, people are not willing to invest their money, but they're also not willing to invest their energy or their emotions. They're just not even willing to give it any thought, which is just shocking in this market.
Sure. Because you can count on this. You can talk about downtown all you want. That building will be packed tomorrow night for Utah. You know?
And city's almost always sold out.
Absolutely.
Nobody cares. Oh, downtown, nobody cares. They like the team. They like the experience. They're going to go. So that is a piece of it if you're a Cardinal fan on the fence. And Contreras did say, because I know they have their reasons, that to me isn't. He's aware what basically said we didn't do anything the off season. I'm on the team, and I kind of noticed that we really didn't add on other than.
And he was the guy at the end of the regular season last year who said, I'm paraphrasing here, but hey, this front office, we got to go out and improve this team. And they got Hellman.
Right. I think he's frustrated as well, but saying if we are playing well, come on out, support us. And just a little background, when we interviewed Jordan Walker, I didn't ask him about it. He's too young to comment on the fans. He may not know any better, but Contreras is a 10-year veteran. He knows exactly what he's saying, and if he doesn't want to touch it, I think Ollie Marmol, I don't think he disapproved of my question, but thought, I'm not going anywhere near that because I can't win. Because the fans, I'm not going to pick a fight with the fans, but I think there's still an answer there where you say, hey, we're playing great ball. I hope more people come on out and see what a great young team we have. I think you'd enjoy this player. I think Contreras was the perfect guy.
Exactly. He's the absolute perfect.
Not only because I knew he'd give a good answer, but I think he's truly passionate about that topic.
Yeah. Apathy is a great way to put it. I'm not sitting here bitching about them. I'm just not even intrigued. I hope they do well, but who cares? That's from Grandma Johan?
Johan. I think that's
Grandma Johan.
Pestis' grandma-in-law.
Reference to Pestis' grandma.
I, for the first time in years, just do not have any reaction to a Cardinal victory. The apathy is real. That's from the Sheik of Wydown.
New slogan? The apathy is real?
The apathy is real. The cost, Tim, that stadium is 7 blocks from the world's largest damn brewery, and it's $20 for a beer. That's an example of the crap that we don't like. That's from the St. Charles Illini. The problem with the Cardinals, Mo made too many boneheaded player moves. Ollie makes too many boneheaded roster / lineup moves. That's from the 618.
I would also say Miller Park, which is now State Farm. What is it, American Family?
Yeah.
May be closer to the Miller Brewery than Busch is to AB.
Yeah.
I think beer prices, unfortunately, are across the board. You go to any professional baseball, football game, hockey game. I mean, I'm sure the beers are not cheap at a Blues game. So I get it. It's another thing to be frustrated by, but beer prices are pretty much high everywhere you go for sporting events.
Cardinals will have the Astros this week. That starts tonight. And here they are. I mean, they are sitting in a decent spot at this point in the season, and they just took 2 of 3 from the Phillies. But certainly the crowd was not there. I always like to kind of gauge, all right, here is our next milestone for the season and the attendance with regard to where fans are. There is a chance that the Blues are done the next time that the Cardinals are home. And it is a weekend series. I don't think that will be the case. But a week from Friday, after this Astros series, kids still in school, nighttime around here at this point. It's not going to be freezing like it was during the Twins and Angels stop in St. Louis in late March and early April. But it's not going to be, summer weather yet. So I can understand that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday games, day game on Wednesday. But when they get back to town on the 25th, the 26th, and 27th for 3 games over the weekend against the Brewers, including 2 day games, if they are still hovering around 500, or maybe after they go through a 4-game series with the Mets and a 3-game series with the Braves, who just won their first series of the year, which has been nuts, if that's an empty ballpark, what would that say? If you're now a month into the season and the team's around 500, which is probably going to be good enough to be right around first place in the National League Central, and you've got what looks like 20 to 25,000 in the seats for day games on that Saturday and Sunday, what would that tell you? Again, operating on the premise that the weather is favorable.
Texter John Lithgow's Harry Henderson, Tim, is texting. We went yesterday for my wife's birthday. Holy moly, the prices are insane. Really hard to justify spending what they ask. Jesus. And there are a couple coming in talking about the costs. And again, I think if the team's not spending money in the offseason, then you probably are less inclined to want to pay those prices. I don't think it's going to shift dramatically. Summertime, it's nice out. You might go just because it's something to do. But it does feel like a large portion. Maybe that's the wrong. A portion is clearly dug in and will not go, just as a message.
Yeah, I agree with that. Does exist, no question. What I think is that's a micro, and I agree with it. I do agree with it. I think, and I don't know if this is a St. Louis Cardinal thing or if this is a baseball thing, but from the macro perspective, I think the issue is bigger than I'm not happy that they didn't do anything this offseason. I think it's prices. I think it's downtown. Again, not so, because then you go, well, what about Enterprise Center? What about City? I agree wholeheartedly. But when decisions are made, most of the time, unless they're impulsive, even though you don't necessarily think of it this way, you're thinking of cost benefit, juice squeeze. Yeah, I guess we could go to the game, but I don't know. I just don't really want to. And then they start, people, us, start thinking of, okay, well, you got to drive down there. And then, God, we're going to have to pay for parking. And then we got to pay for, the beers are ridiculous. The food's ridiculous. If you're bringing kids, all that comes with it. And then it's just not that great. It's not that exciting. I don't really want to, I don't know. I just don't really want to do it. That, to me, is more of a macro issue, and I think that's what they're dealing with more. Chris Kerber is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. That's coming up on your Stiefel dossier. 101 ESPN Blues guest at 8:15 on Mondays is Chris Kerber. That's next here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, how was that weather this weekend? Chris Kerber with you here, and if you're like me, you had that air conditioner running because it got hot. Well, it got hotter. It's above 71. And for me, I keep the house at 71, and I can tell when one of the kids or somebody messes with it and it goes to 72 or 73 or down to 68. I like it at 71. That means that it's time for the air conditioner to be working for me, and I know it's going to be working well because Classic Air Care has come out and done a maintenance check on it. Once a year, make sure that you get that maintenance check done on your air conditioning unit. Now, the easiest thing they want you to know is to help maintain that unit, just change your air filter on that regular basis. No different than an oil change or a tire rotation on your car. But you also want to make sure that the air is blowing properly, that it's clean from the outside, that everything is running well, the Freon, everything is good, and that helps maintain that unit and helps prevent major catastrophic repairs. Now, if you do end up needing repairs, no big deal. They've got plenty of mechanics. They've got plenty of employees that have over 40 years of experience for some of them in fixing any unit that's out there. So they also have same-day appointments available. So during this hot summer, the air conditioner does go down. Keep Classic Air Care in mind. Classic Air Care. You can get an appointment online at classicaircare.com or make an appointment there. They've been keeping people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It is the morning after. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in Montauk. Montauk's nice. So Doug will be back. Jackson's parents said he has to check out today at 1. They gave him a late checkout, so then he's going to
throw the bedding on the floor.
Doug will be back on the program with us tomorrow after his vacation. It is our pleasure now to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel where you can watch the program and talk it over with other listeners. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Tim, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm fired up because even though it's not the playoffs, it really is a playoff game tomorrow night. What are your thoughts? Let's start with what just took place on the game against the Kraken on Saturday. Getting Parayko back, but not being able to get 2 points.
Yeah, you know what? I think if there's a game that you would say you're disappointed in over the 3-game road trip, it would have been that one. I don't think foreseeing losses coming off of a 12-game win streak in Edmonton or in Winnipeg are all that far of a stretch, to be honest with you. But that's the one that you needed. You needed one of the 3. And I think that was the one that was up for grabs. I like what the guys are saying, after the game about, okay, we figured out, we got back to our game again in the third period. And fans are going to say, well, how come it wasn't there in the first or second? Or look, it's just one of those things, and I don't care the sport. You go on win streaks like that, eventually some habits start to wane a little bit. Some things get a little bit looser, and it's not uncommon for the next couple games to go a little wonky on you. But unfortunately for this team, Tim, you don't have time for things to get any wonkier because you basically put yourself into a Game 7 situation tomorrow night. You win in regulation, you're in the playoffs. All right, that's pretty simple. Anything else gives Calgary a chance to knock you out. And that's the unfortunate situation that they're in. Now, they're not in that situation because they just lost 3 in a row after a 12-game win streak. they're in that situation because there are certain games throughout the year, including the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, where you didn't win some games you probably should have. And to me, you always got to keep that in mind. But, man, is this going to be an exciting one? You tend to find out in games like this, you know, who are the Sharks, who are the Minnows, and have a whole lot of fun. But this one's going to be exciting for me.
I can't wait to get your perspective on this, because with the number of games you have called in your career, you have been able to see this, and I doubt you're tracking it with some form of a spreadsheet, but motivation for the teams that are out of it. You have seen it with some Blues teams, and you've seen it when the Blues are a force of their own, but they are going up against teams that are not playing for anything. I ask because you've got Utah tomorrow night. They're out of it. And on the other hand, Calgary's going up against two teams that are in it, but what will their motivation be when they take on Vegas and then the Kings on Thursday? So what in your career have you been able to see when it comes to this time of year? Some guys are playing for their job. Some guys are playing to impress if they're young guys. But how does it translate to a team's performance in your experience, Kerbs?
Yeah, it's a great topic because sometimes you never know. So you get down to the final 2-3 games of the year. And I can guarantee you that there's a group of players out there that are like, man, whatever I do, I just don't want to get hurt and have to rehab throughout the summer here when I'm playing meaningless games at the end of the year, right? And then other teams, you've got guys that are playing for jobs, guys that are still playing for contracts, and teams that play loose with kind of nothing to lose, those are dangerous teams. Look, this Utah matchup is a difficult one no matter what. That this team has had the Blues number over the last few years. And even in games that the Blues have won, there's been some closeness to it. They have not had an answer for Clayton Keller over the last few years at all. The Blues have not. They haven't had an answer for Schmaltz with Keller in that sense. So, you know, this to me is this isn't an easy one where you're looking down and, you know, you see a team that doesn't have 90 points. It's got 87 points on the year, right? But they're going to come in motivated, I think, to basically, you know, put a damper on the Blues' plans. Now, the other side of it, you're right. So you've got Calgary that's going to have to play the Vegas Golden Knights. Well, Vegas just won the Pacific Division for the 5th time, right? They don't have a ton to play for in terms of seeding or anything like that. I guess you could look at it and say, well, if we knock out Calgary, then then obviously the Blues in Minnesota are in, right? But then they finish off with the LA Kings. Now, they're finishing off in LA because the Calgary Kings game was one of the games that was canceled when those wildfires are raging in Los Angeles earlier in the year, right? But because LA can't catch Vegas, the one thing LA is still playing for, though, is home ice. And they have been so good on home ice that will that still be a factor in that final game? It's possible right now with only 2 points separating Los Angeles and Edmonton. So it's a bit of a crapshoot. I think when you play teams that are out of it, that don't have much to play for, you can get a little unpredictability, and unpredictability creates chaos in the National Hockey League. I don't think this is an easy game on Tuesday at all, in my book.
And the Blues have been going 2 for Bennington, then Hofer. 2 for Bennington, then for Hofer. So technically it'd be Hofer's turn. It's got to be Bennington tomorrow. Is there a slam dunk there?
Well, in my mind it should be, but I'm not in the room, right? Look, guys, he's your go-to guy. I don't know if his last 2 games are all that great. I think there's probably a goal or two you kind of would like to have seen back there. I think that phrase has to irritate the crap out of goalies. I think it really does. Well, would you like to have that one back? Well, yeah, I'd like to have them all back. My job is to not let them in, right?
But it's kind of a polite way of saying, boy, that was a terrible goal. But we just say, oh, we'd like to have that back.
Yeah, or is that one you should have? Look, there are some. I have a ton of conversations with David Alexander about this, and the reason is there are games, guys, and I've learned this over the years. We're like, the goalie just wasn't good tonight, right? I mean, 2 or 3 goals when it should. Then you go talk to the goalie coach, and I realize that you're talking to the goalie coach, right? But this guy's great. You go like, okay, here's what happened on this one. Here's what happened on this one. Yeah, I didn't like those either, right? Or he'll go, oh, here's what happened on this one, here's what happened on this one, and, man, look, our guy was in the right spot. Give the shooter some credit, right? Or something got deflected. There was a screen in front of him, you name it. Had a great conversation with him earlier this year about, with Jordan, that we had that run of games where some goals on the short side were going in. And he goes, yeah, everybody says it. He goes, you ever realize that actually the short side is the quickest way for the puck to get to the net? And I went, son of a gun, geometry, right? So there's different ways of looking at it. Now, back to the main point of the question, I just believe this, and it doesn't matter whether it's CYC sports or whatever. You get to a certain point in your season, a game, you need it. You don't lose with your best players on the bench. And to me, Jordan Binnington is your starting goaltender. So, yeah, I would be surprised if it's not him. And then at the same time, because of the way they've used the goaltenders and the confidence that they have in both, it probably wouldn't shock me too much if they went the other way. But I threw this out in the post-game show. I think everybody started thinking I was hankering for a change, and it's not the case. I believe that you start number 50, and if he gets you there, he gets you there. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But to me, he's your goaltender, and that's just the way I ride that.
Chris Kerber, our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Kerbs, my sense from the fan base, and it's mirrored in our text inbox here on the show, is that the expectations have leveled off over the last 7 days. At this point, last week, the Blues were getting ready to take on the Jets in Winnipeg, then Edmonton, and wrapping it up in Seattle on Saturday night. And I don't think it's just because they only picked up 1 point. I think it's because of the way the team has looked in those games. And even though they were right there, considering that, they were dealing with what they were dealing with health-wise and in number of games-wise, that they were right there with Winnipeg and Edmonton, much less the Kraken on Saturday night. But I think it's spoken to the impact of Dylan Holloway, and then also the sense that he's not somebody who we're going to be seeing anytime soon. What are your thoughts on both the performance since he's been out and its impact on the team's performance?
Listen, first off, you're right. Even in Winnipeg or in Edmonton, every single one of the games on this road trip, guys, was tied at some point in time in the third period, right? So it's not like he went into any one of these and got laid out, okay? You're talking two really good teams. The team that just clinched the President's Trophy in Winnipeg, a team that was in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final a year before, and you were tied going into the third period. So, look, I don't think the team performance was all that bad. But you are right. You do see what looks like a slightly different team with Dylan Holloway out. I think without a shred of doubt they miss his speed. I think you can make the case that he has been the most consistent forward from day one of the regular season for the Blues. You miss his speed and you miss his forecheck. That WTF line, I think, did another good job. They got that goal from Foxa. They're the conscience line, if you go back to a great term from Ken Hitchcock, right? When he would put Backus, Oshie, and Steen together when he needed them, you go, they're our conscience line, and that kind of helped right the ship. But you definitely are missing what Dylan Holloway was bringing in the top six. And it doesn't mean that you can't figure certain things out, but some other guys are going to have to really get in on this forecheck. You're playing a speedy team coming up on Tuesday. You're going to play a team that if you don't put the puck in the right spot, they're going to be able to come back, and they got good skill in the offensive zone. So you're right. What slows you down from an expectation standpoint is the style of play didn't seem as relentless and consistent. Now, some of that is just coming off the losing streak. Some of that is obviously a big part of, to me, is Dylan Holloway out of the lineup. I don't get the sense that he'll be back anytime soon, but I haven't seen him and I haven't talked to anybody on that. So that's just reading some tea leaves, and we'll see how accurate those tea leaves are. And then obviously you had Parayko get back in the lineup, which was fantastic, but you didn't have Broberg. Now, I got to be careful when I talk about that one, because I think Tyler Tucker has been terrific since he came in there, right? So, part of it's personnel, part of it's juggling. You've inserted Jimmy Snuggerud now for 6 games, trying to figure out where he fits. There's newness to him. So it's not just losing Dylan Holloway. It's how you fill how you fill those roles in. And guys, and I don't think there's a fault. Like, I don't think that it's you go down and you call up Pekka, who's leading, Springfield in scoring. I don't know that there's a forward down in Springfield that you call up and say, okay, no, here's the expectations I'm going to get from him that's going to make us better than, say, inserting a Snuggerud or giving a Dvorsky a try, right? So to me, I think the Blues have handled everything pretty much as well as they could and as rightfully as they could from a roster standpoint. You just haven't gotten some of the results. So that's why, going back to kind of one of the first comments there, Tim, was encouraged when they say, yeah, we kind of got back to that style we needed in the third period. That's what we got to bring on Tuesday. And that's the sign of a team that's getting it figured out and saying, okay, now we know where we got to get back to. And we'll see if it actually happens.
I don't want to get into hyperbole, but we did talk earlier about if they don't make the playoffs. And I said if all that franchise momentum where the fan, all of a sudden now they can kind of see the future, they can see the vision, and by gum, we're going to be in the playoffs this year. If that all sort of just withers away here down the stretch, I do think you lose a little steam moving forward. It's a tough offseason at this point if you don't make it.
I think you lose. I think you lose a lot of steam. I think the hopes were built up. Look, expectations are a funny thing, right? You've got your expectations of fans and media, at the beginning of the season, right? And, teams that, quote unquote, have a great year are the ones that supersede those expectations, right? Sometimes we never want to give credit for like a team that had a great year because it was expected of them, right? But I still think we should. That said, guys, I didn't go into this season thinking that this was a playoff team. Being fully honest with you, I really didn't, and because I didn't think it should be. I didn't, I didn't know what the two offer sheet guys were going to bring to the table, that kind of stuff. But what I can tell you is I learned over the first maybe 2 months of the season that management sure had the expectation, hockey management, that they felt that they put a group of players together that could make the playoffs. And after talking to a couple of them at different times, that was mentioned to me, and I'm like, son of a gun, like maybe I ought to be adjusting how I look at this. And then, of course, look what happens. They bring in Jim Montgomery, and, they get the ship righted. And, look, they're nowhere close to the playoffs without that 12-game win streak, right? But they did it, and they put themselves in it. And here's the thing. They still absolutely control their own destiny here. You 100% control your own destiny. Win this game in regulation and you're in. It's done. You're talking about preparing for the Winnipeg Jets or the Vegas Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You can lose this game and still get in if Calgary were to lose 2 points in any way, especially if they were to lose one in regulation. So to me, there's still a great chance that they make the playoffs here. But you are right. After getting to this point, you would lose some of that momentum, and it would probably feel far more frustrating to miss now than it would have had you just not played great coming out of the break and you stayed out of the playoff picture, right?
Yeah.
So, but then again, that's the fun of sports, and this is why I try to say this all the time to people. Like, sometimes you got to make sure that you just enjoy the ride of what is right in front of you. I mean, and I'll go like the Cardinals start to the season. It's just been okay. All right, well, if you're at Busch Stadium one day, you see a catcher hit 3 home runs, and that's something that has never happened in the history of the Cardinal franchise. Like, are you kidding me? I wouldn't have guessed that, right? So you may get to see things that you haven't seen in a while. If Robert Thomas gets 1 point on Tuesday, he'll be the first Blue since Pavel Demitra to have put up 2 80-point seasons as a Blue. If he gets a point on Tuesday, he'll be just the 5th St. Louis Blue under the age of 25 to have 2 80-point seasons. I mean, we're seeing something here that we haven't seen in a long, long time, right? It's things like that you still have to be able to enjoy as you're watching, no matter no matter the wins and losses. Those are going to be there. And if whether your team wins or loses, that prevents you from actually enjoying other great aspects of that sport, I think you're truly missing out on what the sports bring to the table. So I still love the fact that they control their own destiny. I'd expect there's a high level of confidence, but there's a lot of other great things going on too that are worthy of keeping in mind here. I mean, just the fact that I think that they've got the 5th most goals or 5th most offensive production of any team in the league from players 25 or younger. I mean, the future is really, really bright with this team, and some of them haven't even I mean, I'll go back to Robert Thomas here real quick. You look at what Nathan McKernan is doing, right? And go look at his first few years in the league. Who is he passing the puck to? Well, first overall pick in Gabriel Landeskog and a 10th overall pick in Mikko Rantanen, right? And I'm not being insulting to Blues players here. That hasn't been the case for Robert Thomas. He had a 14th overall pick in Tarasenko, which was very good for a little while in there, right? But now that he's really stepped into his prime, man, if Snuggerud or one of these other guys becomes a shooter for him, you're looking at a guy that could get you 70, 75 assists and 100 points. I mean, it's an exciting time, and I hope they get a chance to make the playoffs and get that experience because that'll be big.
Chris Kerber with us. He'll be on the call tomorrow night. Puck drop 7 p.m. Blues in Utah. Playoff spot on the line. Blues controlling their own destiny with a win right here on 101 ESPN. Kerbs, always appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much for the time this morning, sir.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you. That's Chris Kerber with us here, giving us his perspective on the Blues as they get ready for their 82nd game of the 2024-2025 regular season. The one that, with a win, will send them to the postseason. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Brad Thompson will be joining us coming up for his Monday Cardinal appearance as the Cardinals win 2 of 3 from the Phillies, and Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler and Jay Delsing circling back on our conversation to open the program on the Masters. He is going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour. Then we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can email the program. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his family and his team that's 4th generation. DesignAirService.com. If you're running into any HVAC issues, go to Design Air Service. Martin and I are both clients. Doug's a client, and they're the longest running sponsor on TMA, and they're easily accessible at DesignAirService.com, and it is super easy, and they pride themselves on not upselling you. So any issues, you can count on them to come over and fix it, and then not sit there and try and sell you on some kind of package that you just don't need for your HVAC system. It's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Sponsor the email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, online at DesignAirService.com. Martin, Mr. Lick says, just saw this in the Ladue area at Clayton and Price. Can he please call in? On the left side is an MICDS sticker, but then in the middle of this white Range Rover, it says, I love hot moms. Do you see that combination too often when you have an MICDS sticker and then the sticker next to it is I love hot moms?
That's a pretty rare combo, I would say.
Jackson, you, Martin, and I don't get a chance to be in that area. I don't think we're allowed in. Do you see that combo often? Maybe is it more common with Burrows?
No.
With Villa?
Certainly not those two. If it were to be any, I guess one could say it might be MICDS. Yeah. But
I love hot moms.
Once you start with a bumper sticker or any sort of decal on your vehicle, I think the floodgates open and your mind becomes warped.
Is that right? That's what happens.
It's a slippery slope.
So you're anti-bumper sticker?
Yeah, pretty demonstratively.
I thought you had a Faith and Haith bumper sticker still on your car.
Fish, yeah.
Coexist.
Right, coexist. I have that.
It's a Jeep thing. You wouldn't get it.
Right, political candidates going back to
McGovern 72.
Gore 2000 still sitting on there.
Still sitting on there.
Yeah, so
some of those don't age well, do they? The old bumper
they don't
sticker.
age well as soon as you put them on. Anytime you're putting something on your car, you have a $30,000 vehicle and you put a $399 sticker on there.
I think it's largely faded, hasn't it?
What's
bumper sticker as a thing, as a fad?
Magnets or something that you can press on are different. But a sticker, like an actual sticker that if you rip it off, it'll leave the white residue. Yes. That's not great.
Now, if it says TMA, that's different. Okay.
Yeah, the little banty rooster on your car.
Yeah,
that screams old money.
Yeah, or the family, the little stick figure families, and there's always a dog on there too.
I don't want Licks to call in, but I might need clarification. Is it an actual bumper sticker? Is it?
He sent in a picture with it, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have the text inbox open, Licks sent his in at 8:37.
So those are on the back of the windshield. Those are on the wind. That's the newer thing.
What is the BC? Because that's not a Boston College.
Brown and Crouppen. Come on,
it's a Brown and Crouppen sticker.
It does.
It's a BC.
Kudos to Mr. Licks because it's got the person's plate and it does say, I love Hot moms.
Right next to the MICDS sticker on the left side.
That might be British Columbia.
Could be a little awkward when
So
parking.
they're mad the Canucks didn't get in.
Yeah, they're just big old Canucks fans.
And they're filling that void with hot moms.
Beaver Creek. I just zoomed in.
There you go. That fits. Yeah. I mean, not the hot moms. I don't know what fits.
And it's a Range Rover. And the last thing I would ever want to do is try to stereotype. But you would, if you were to dial in what vehicle you thought would have the I Love Hot Moms, taking the MICDS sticker out of the equation.
You're thinking like Monte Carlo or something? Or?
Probably something more that I was driving in the 1990s. That's with
maybe
a spoiler.
Maybe a Fiero, maybe?
Yeah.
Something
really
with
nice
automatic seatbelts.
That's what I'm wondering about. Well, Licks wants this person to call in. Carlos Spicy Winner says, bumper stickers on cars are awful, but I'd like to nominate 13.1 as a self-anointed participation trophy for completing half of something and Dog Dad or Dog Mom as the worst ones. It's a pet, not your child. That's from Carlos Spicy Winner, Martin.
I would agree with the 13.1, which is great. But the 26.2 had a certain cachet to it because that meant you ran a marathon. Now, did you need to tell everybody that you ran a marathon when you could go on Facebook and just post a bunch of pictures?
I have to tell you that one puts me in awe.
The 26.2
or 13.1 for the light. I mean,
why don't we put on there like 4.2 and say Martin and KG ran 4.2 miles this weekend, and we're pretty damn proud.
Tim, you seem like a Nissan Stanza kind of guy. That's a great guess. It was actually 1985 Oldsmobile, but it had white walls, so it was nice.
Ooh. What year was that? Because I had a 1980 Olds. I had a Cutlass, Tim. I had an LS.
Oh, it's humble brag.
1980 Cutlass, but I bought it in 1990, so it was 10 years old, styling. Drove like a boat, just kind of floated around the road. Just kind of up and down the road, never really handled too well, but I love that car.
I have a carport.
You got a carport. I do want to say, a couple people asked about Broberg. He missed the game. All they said the other day was personal matter.
Right.
It was not. People were asking injury updates on Broberg. We'll get back to hot moms, but Broberg was a personal matter.
Warson Woods Wacko says he has a bumper sticker and it says "I love Licks' father-in-law." That's a bumper sticker. Where do you get that?
It's a lot of wordage. That takes up a lot of the windshield.
The 13.1 sticker is the worst. It's not even a marathon, loser. It's from Big Tuft, and he's not happy about that bumper sticker.
Oh, what's the worst bumper sticker? That's a great question.
I would like to get, because I know that this is hitting close to home for a number of listeners. So I would like to know the psychology. As, you know, the why.
Tim, when I bought that 1980 Cutlass, it had a windshield sticker, back windshield of an NRA sticker.
Oh, is that right?
I was driving around with my NRA. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I wasn't actually a member of the NRA.
Guys, that might be the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom's husband driving that car. That's from Mad Monkey Spank.
Is that the ones who does the NHL playoff odds?
I think so.
I love hot moms. And I'm going to Google this, which is dangerous. Hot moms.
My bumper sticker says my other ride is Doug Vaughn. That's from Ray King. Martin, you remember him with the 2004-2005 Cardinals.
It's a situation where he had a couple of phones, then had a couple other phones. There's a lot of these for sale. Amazon, Etsy. Tim, would you like one? $5.99 on Amazon. You get free shipping. I love hot moms. It's a popular, it appears to be a popular bumper
That's like
sticker.
something you put on if you lose in fantasy football. Like if you get last place, you have to ride around with the I Love Hot Mom sticker.
Right next to the MICDS sticker.
Yeah, you going to pick that up on Warson Road there? You go pick up your kids and you have
the
that thing
Salt
on?
Life sticker is the worst. We live in effing Missouri. That's from Skid Man. He's not happy about the Salt Life sticker.
Yeah.
What is the meaning behind I Love Hot Moms shirts? Okay, so it started with the shirt before it's the bumper sticker. A humorous nod to all the sensational moms who juggle life with style and grace. That feels very AI generated.
Yeah, for real. It's a nice way of rationalizing it.
The amount of Dodge Rams and Chevy Impalas in the Wentzville territories with a Salt Life sticker is alarming. It screams, I went to Gulf Shores once and got a little junk at Papa Rocco's. Jackson, that's from Alan Dadeville, and he loves Georgia.
Yeah. I see sometimes
Salt Life sticker seems like it's winning in this unofficial Gallup poll.
Sometimes you'll see a truck with their back windshield, like that back part right above the cab, or I'm sorry, right above the bed of the truck, and it's fully decaled out, usually an American flag.
Sounds like you hate the American flag. That's what I picked up on.
No, it's just
you don't love our country.
Wow.
No, it's just I know where we're at. I don't step outside. I'm like, oh, am I in France? I'm very aware of what country I'm in.
Somebody texted "baby on board." That was the
1980s.
Yeah, that predates Jackson even.
Martin, you wanted it. You got it. Mr. Licks is on the Cali.
Okay.
What's going on
I think
here?
we should go to break and then come back with Mr. Licks.
Does he have that kind of time though?
I don't. That's not really my concern.
Nor should it be.
That's not
all
really.
right. Licks will join us. Brad Thompson will join us. Jay Delsing will join us, and you can email in for the designer eating and cooling email today. Plus the Phillies announcer taking a shot at the Cardinals attendance and Battlehawks. I can't wait to hear that.
How do those two get weaved
I don't know.
together?
Jackson's got the audio. I can't wait to hear it. That's next, TMA.
It's pretty simple. When you go to Schnucks, you get the rewards app, you shop, you earn, you redeem. You get 2% back on every purchase. It adds up over time. All of a sudden, you're checking out, and they say, you want to use your rewards? You get $20, you get $30, you can add it. Just like a coupon. Save that money every time you're checking out. Just show your barcode in the app. Not only do you get points for the money off, Schnucks Rewards app has a lot of other great features as well. You can get in there and search for items. It'll tell you what aisle something is in. You hate wandering around the store. You don't know where you're looking. Use the app. You can also use it for delivery or curbside pickup, whatever you're looking for. The app has it for you. If you're looking to save a little money these days, it's the Schnucks Rewards app, 2% back, and there are double points days. Special gift on your birthday, a little surprise. Just get the app. It's super simple. You're going to go grocery shopping. You know that already. Do it where everybody else does it in town. Friendly neighborhood Schnucks. Reward yourself. Download that app. Do it today and start saving money off your groceries.
Fritos, Totitos, the Doritos and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Flamingos and Trios with the jalapenos. Yeah. Tacos from Pacos with panchos, nachos, churros, rancheros, and some Canyoneros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
We bought this stuff on everything, our burgers and our fries, and don't forget your chicken wings.
This is like when I'm like in a bad spot. I go to YouTube, Martin, and I'll watch Primetime Glick with Martin Short. It's just an automatic hit of dopamine. I'll watch David Freese, Game 6, 2011, Patty Maroon, Game 7, 2019. And when Jackson plays This Is Return music, it's just a wonderful little kick in the backside. And, oh, it's so rewarding. It's the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And Tim McKernan and Martin Kilcoyne are with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. And we welcome you to participate in the program where Chairman Kurt is handling the phone lines, 314-974-0101. A lot of Masters, Blues, and Cardinal discussion on the program. And that is why Chris Kerber was with us earlier. Brad Thompson coming up and Jay Delsing coming up. And the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up as well. You can watch the show and talk it over with your friends at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Mr. Licks is on, Martin. He got the discussion in the previous segment going.
Good for him.
With his image that he sent in of a white Range Rover with an MICDS sticker. That part wasn't all that surprising, but right in the middle of the windshield was the I Love Hot Moms bumper sticker, and that's what threw Mr. Licks off, and he joins us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Licks.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks for having me today. And Martin, I know you wanted me to call in. Quick shout out to Matt Holliday. I know you're listening.
Oh, that's right. This may trigger a Matt call.
Get him at the
Holiday, fire it up.
Yeah, this guy really. And by the way, I'm waiting on the sign off. From a friend. It's actually Martin. It's my token CBC friend that just texted me this. So this guy is a member at a local country club. Saw the car there a week ago. He says. I don't want to say what club, but he said, dude, whoever that is, they are blank members. Saw that car there a week ago.
Wow.
That's outstanding.
Well, they've got a little cash. I would think they got a nice Range Rover. They've got the Beaver Creek sticker, Tim, which says, hey, I sometimes just hang out in Colorado.
That's what that tells you.
When I want to get away for a little bit. But the I Love Hot Moms is right in the center. And if you're in the pickup line at MICDS, it could be a little awkward.
Well, yeah, we were driving. I saw it. I knew I had to get it. But my first thought was Tim. I thought he needs to see this. And
Tim, don't want to strike the gong.
I pulled up, and this guy looked like a player. Like he just walked out of Neiman's, had really nice jeans on. I could tell, and I don't want to identify him, but I really like the sticker combo. I've never seen that sticker combo before. So if you're listening, he's probably not listening, but if someone knows him, please get him to call in.
Maybe they could alert him. Licks, do you have a bumper sticker?
No, I don't really do bumper stickers,
How about this, Tim? I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, and since Licks is on, and people are texting in like Cold Meatloaf, Veiled Prophet, Barkley's Bone, Who's Your Daddy, Pork Steak, Kevin at the Lake. What if we printed out everybody's name with a little TMA logo, and then they put it on their bumper?
Wow.
And everybody knows who you are. Hey, driving around there, is that Kevin at the Lake? I'm sorry, are you Fuelsy? Is that Doug Vaughn's Gong? Are you Eric in the Central West End? Right there, Pele Blanco, right on the bumper, Tim.
I do get recognized. I will say, I got a text. Little Tommy Tribbins, if you're listening, what's up? He texted me the other day.
Oh, what's up? Tommy Tribbins, what's up?
Hey, can we finally stop talking about crybaby Rory?
No.
He had been
You didn't strike me as one of the people who would not like the fact that we were talking about the Masters.
Oh, I loved the talk. I'm just saying, we can finally stop talking about Rory and the Masters. It's annoying. Like, the dude just absolutely sold his soul to that snake, Jay Monahan. Nobody talks about that anymore.
Who is that text inbox name? That snake, Jay Monahan.
Go to hell. I'm sick of it. You have an All-American in Bryson. I feel for Bryson right now. A day when a lot of people went low, all he had to do was shoot 1 or 2 under, and he couldn't do it.
Well, maybe he sold his soul to the devil.
Joseph, Martin, did you even watch yesterday?
Taking that live money is what I was alluding to, Licks. I'm sorry that was over your head.
How many birdies did Justin Rose have yesterday, Martin?
Justin Rose shot a 6 under final round. Did he have a bogey, or was he bogey free?
So I would say he bogeyed 17. That's why the birdie on 18 was
7 or 8.
11 birdies.
11 birdies. Wow.
That's unbelievable on a Sunday to not win. To do that on a Sunday at the Masters. And nobody's talking about 4 aces star P. Reed. He finished third.
4 aces star.
He finished third, 2 back. Nobody's talking about him. Like, I haven't heard one little second of coverage on P. Reed. He put in a performance over the weekend.
Martin, your thoughts on P. Reed?
I have Rose at 10 birdies. Not to correct Mr. Licks, but 10 birdies to go with 4 bogeys.
Nice. You have to get the abacus out for that one?
Staring at the leaderboard as we speak.
Wow.
Hey,
that's good.
Hey, what? You know what? Hey, Tim, real quick.
Tim,
Ryan
do you have
McCormick.
time for another question?
Got 2 more hours, Licks.
Ryan McCormick. Could we get into the Corn Ferry really quickly? Ryan McCormick.
Boy. Is it the Hooters?
It's not Corn Ferry specific, but have you heard of Ryan McCormick?
I don't believe so.
Okay, then there's no reason you should have, so don't feel bad. But a story came out over the weekend. He tapes his mouth shut during his round of golf.
Yeah. And is that to increase inhaling, exhaling through the nose? Is that the...
That was my thought, too.
Because it calms? That is something some guys utilize.
Maybe he has Tourette's.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't have Tourette's. Why do you go straight to disability?
Well, anything's possible. I'm just workshopping.
No, he's a hothead. He said he needs it so he doesn't start cussing out while he's playing.
Wow,
and getting mad.
really?
Literally, he's taped his mouth shut.
Holy crap!
He looks. He's like, I don't know him personally, so I don't want to go be too mean, but what a psycho. I don't know. I wish I don't know, Martin, I don't know if during a show, an hour or two, whatever,
Want me to tape it up?
I don't know.
Starting at 10 o'clock. Done.
I just thought that was really, really crazy to do that. When you see a picture of him, it's like an April Fool's joke. It's so weird. But hey, last thing. So could I just give one more example of something that really grinds my gears? And I don't know if I'm on an island or not on it.
All right, Lex, go ahead.
I think, and Martin, I'm sorry to be so hard on you this call, but this is another thing you're guilty of. When people put apostrophe S after the last name of an athlete, or they put the word in front of it. So when you're describing a scene, or like on opening day, the parade of cars, you say you got the LaRussas, you got the Brocks out there. It's why don't you just say you got LaRussa and Brock,
Have I said that?
I think so, yeah. I think it's just a broadcaster thing.
It's a broadcaster. Tim, I will own it on behalf of all broadcasters.
Mike.
Yes, go. Would you start speaking?
If you see, but if you see a trade, if you want to trade the Cardinals, you want the Cardinals to trade for somebody, they need to get a Judge, they need to get a Harper. Is this an island take?
It's not playing well in the text inbox, but I don't know if that's necessarily your target demographic. You're more of a Huntley guy, right?
Screw the text inbox.
Clip that off.
Mike?
Yes, go talk.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, Mike, how about I come down there?
Thank you, Licks.
Mike, how about I come down there?
There's Mr. Licks on the Callier Thompson.
Yeah, it
phone
was.
lines.
Holiday must not be listening because it did not
lead to a...
Well, and maybe now it's because Holiday knows who it is. The first time around it said, who is this guy?
I don't understand why nobody wants to be on your show.
We covered a lot of ground there. And Licks, don't worry. His opinion of me doesn't concern me, so it's okay. We're good.
You can get involved. Many have chosen to do so on their own. That text inbox, active as the day is long. 314-399-9646. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. My ears are bleeding! That's from the 314. Hang up on this fuel. That's from ThrillFan82. Mr. Siders says, beautiful take, Licks. Mr. Siders.
Matt Holliday, this is bad radio. He was listening. Thank you, Matt. Agreed. Hey, there's an alliance. Matt and I have a Mr. Licks
You have an alliance. Jackson, you're out. Martin has replaced you with Matt the Bat.
It's understandable.
I have multiple alliances. Cousin Nick is texting in about Mr. Licks. Cousin Nick, by the way, said, listening in Minnesota, said 13.1, 26.2. Those are cute. Basically, warm up. 140.6 is the sticker because Cousin Nick has done an Ironman.
Wow.
Through like the desert, that kind of deal. That's the now. Okay, if you get to 140, you can put it on your bumper.
So, like Matt the Bat, friend of the program,
just doesn't like to call
anti-Licks, yes. I mean, net worth, I would imagine, is like $250 million or something like that. Like, what if he had like a 250, comma 000, comma 000 on the back of his car driving around in Oklahoma? You see what I'm saying? I don't get, like, it's just a blatant brag. Hey, tip of the cap. I couldn't do it. I don't get it. I would love to psychoanalyze the whole thing. See what I'm saying? I have to be honest with you. I kind of feel the same thing about like the schools, whether it be obviously the high school thing's pretty limited to St. Louis, but colleges too. You can be anywhere in the country. People have the college. I don't know.
It's like the adult equivalent of a merit badge sash. And you're just
a merit badge sash, Martin.
You're just like going on constant Boy Scout.
Like a Wes Anderson costume.
Oh, Moonrise Kingdom. Very Boy Scout.
All right,
stuff there.
So this, maybe I'm guilty. I have had in the past the vanity plate where it's at Marquette alumni as like around your plate.
Right.
What would that be considered? And I think it's kind of nice to say, oh, there, you went to Marquette. Oh, you went to Mizzou.
I do. I wonder about that. I don't know. I just sometimes.
Are you okay with that?
No, I mean, it's not that I'm not. Here's my thing, and I to each their own. Couldn't care. It doesn't impact my life in any way. So when it gets down to it, I don't care. But since it was brought up with the MICDS sticker, with the I Love Hot Moms sticker next to it, I'm trying to psychoanalyze the thought process. Like, for example, social media, most of it is brag. That's it. That's that. But at this point now, it's promoting a life that really isn't what you exist in for 99+% of the time. Now, why you care what other people think about this, I don't know. I don't have the answer. That didn't exist 2 decades ago, but here we are. So I'm just trying to, like, is the bumper sticker the older people's version of
Facebook?
Yes. like here's my brag.
For a while it was.
I don't know. I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not chastising so much as I'm trying to understand it. That's what I'm saying.
For a while it was my kid's an honor student,
right?
And such and
obviously,
such. And then every once in a while they'd say, "My kid beat up your kid." Ha ha. Your dad had this bar. My son's over 5 feet tall.
He got that. He got that when I hit it in 17. Age 17, I got there. With the lifts, honestly.
You think Matt Holliday has a bumper sticker? I mean, Edmonds might have one that says 6 gold gloves or 7 or what does he have?
It's crowdsourcing. I'm out of the crowdsourcing industry. Hey, what time's Brad Thompson on? We can ask him.
9:30.
Brad Thompson's going to join us coming up at 9:30. Jay Delsing in the 10 o'clock hour on the Masters. We opened up the program with the conversation. Then Blues, Cardinals, and we got this audio from the Phillies broadcaster, and I'm looking forward to playing that on Cardinals attendance. And the Battlehawks involved in it?
How about those? It's kind of like Licks' observation. How do you weave these things together?
I can't wait to hear it. That's coming up literally on the other side of the break. It's Team A.
In the market for a new car? Maybe you got too many bumper stickers and it's time to move on. Well, you can go to the Auto Loan Pro to get into your next car. Doesn't matter. Little to no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. Anyone could sell you a car, but the pro is going to do it right. One thing you need to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. The best thing about that website, in addition to Robert Thomas being featured on there, autoloanpro.com. Scroll down to the bottom. They've got the free playbook there online. Download the free playbook. It educates you on how to get the car of your choice in the future, understanding the credit industry. How does it all work? A lot of mystery there. Solve it with the playbook. Download it by going to autoloanpro.com. They work with over 50 different lenders, helping you get the best financing available. So when it's time for a new car, no matter what your circumstance, they'll get you into a new one at autoloanpro.com. They are part of the Lita family.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals win a series against the Phillies over the weekend. Back in action today as they take on the Houston Astros. 6:45 first pitch here in St. Louis. Sonny Gray toeing the slab for your Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
What is Jackson's theme right now, Martin, you think?
Random. Kind of a wacky Monday.
It's a wacky Monday.
Is it a wacky Monday? Brad Thompson's going to be with us on this wacky Monday. James Carlton is in studio here on TMA. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. He's my insurance agent, has been for 6 years. Hi, James.
We appreciate that. Hi, Tim. Hi, Martin. Man. Hi, Jackson. KG, what's going on?
What's the word? What's the good word? You always come bearing fire-starting observations. This James Carlton doesn't just come in and go.
Okay, here's a little observation.
You're the Enduraflame of TMA.
We had a big group that we've been doing this for 5 or 6 years in a row to various locations that go out and play a 2-day golf tournament somewhere. And this year happened to be Arizona. And I always find it interesting that, everybody has their handicaps, and this is probably more prevalent with their higher handicaps like me. Oh, I'm an 18, and they shoot 110. Like when you're putting everything out and keeping score, it's amazing. It's amazing how different golf looks. I did shoot a tidy 105 out
105. And what course was this, if I may ask?
Quintero. Have you heard of that in Arizona?
It's in Quintero. Okay.
It's out there in the middle of nowhere, but we're talking elevated tee shots where you're going down that on your golf cart and you're like kind of scared for your life.
Oh, is that right?
These greens are so peppered from those elevated. I mean, the ball is so high. It was awesome. I mean, it's out there. It's not close to anything.
What area would it be? Like Prescott
we stayed in the Scottsdale area. I don't even know what area Quintero.
Do you have a bumper sticker that says "I stayed in Scottsdale"?
Yes. I'll tell you what. I would get up early and just walk around out there, and you'd see every designer building. Gucci, and I don't even know them all. Mercedes dealerships. There is so much money in Scottsdale. It looks like. I mean, that is a
beautiful. Grandpa Pigeons?
I don't know if they got the Grandpa Pigeons or not.
And then somebody asked me, so if you had all the money in the world, would you rather live in Scottsdale or like the Jupiter area? And I said, well, it's got to be Jupiter because these golfers do have all the money in the world, and that's where they choose to live for the majority of them, right?
Yeah, but I also think that's where the other guys live, and then there's so many different places to play and practice that are like top of the line.
It was kind of the PGA hub, right? Florida was always...
When Tiger moved there, Jupiter became what it became, and I think he moved there right around when the Cardinals opened up their complex there. And so it just, because when the Cardinals moved there was nothing there. You were probably there in the first year, 98.
Literally tumbleweeds.
Nothing. And now, but I also think for guys who want to play and practice to be able to deal with those wins, that's quite advantageous because that's such a substantial part of the game.
Tim, you know that university that's right there, that Florida Atlantic University?
Yes.
It's one of their satellite campuses. It's right across from Roger Dean, and Jackson can attest to this. We would drive in the morning for the show, carpooling, of course, saving the environment. And every time we went by Florida Atlantic, Doug goes, "That's not a real school. I haven't seen one person walk in." He had this theory that it was like a CIA think tank or something. Did he not say it every day?
Every single day.
He would say, "Not one car, not one custodian." And I started looking, I'm like, every once in a while, like, Doug's out there. I'm like, maybe he's right.
We would get there early. You get there so early, but we'd leave around noon or 1 o'clock. Still
giant building with not one person coming in or out.
But that was an incredible few days of golf. I mean, I enjoyed it so much. My dad happened to come in town, so I got to watch it with him on Saturday, which is always a joy. And then Sunday, my very good friend lost his mother and had a service for her on Sunday. He's actually the guy that got me into the show in 2008. Shout out to Chris. And so I was in the car a lot listening to Tirico, Iggy's guy. And he's great on the radio. I love him.
Yeah.
After those first 2 holes, he goes, "This round's more volatile than the stock market this week." I mean, he just had zinger after zinger. And then I got back about 12. Hole 12 is where I got to watch the rest of it. And
it was a good time to tune in.
Unbelievable. I was thinking I'll watch a hole or two and then go actually get things done around the house. And then, 13 is when everything changed.
Still can't believe it. I don't know how, but I mean, of course it can happen. Again, you drop 100 balls from there. I don't know if he does that one time. And just like you drop 100 balls from his wedge on 18 on the 72nd hole, I don't know how many times he hits it in the bunker. But alas, there we are. You putt that he had on the 72nd hole, he makes it 95% of the time, I think he would probably tell you in that range. I mean, it's not a straight 4-foot putt. You have to be outside right or maybe going into the hole at 4 or 5 o'clock. But either way, he knew he missed that from the moment it came off his
I was actually a little sick watching that.
I was watching.
And I had the same wager. You know I did because I texted you on Saturday morning.
So James texts me on Saturday morning about value on Justin Rose because he was plus 800 or plus 850 and he was the leader
for 2 days in a row.
And so I of course send back a 5,000 word manifesto on my thought process on it. What stood out to me actually was McCarty was plus 10,000 and he was 3 strokes off the lead. Now again, I'm not sitting there going, I think he's going to win, but my observation was for a guy who's 3 strokes back and has actually been hitting the ball well, but not putting well, there's value there. That doesn't mean that he will win, but to get plus 10,000 is insane. And then the thought process on the Rory play. I agree. I thought Rose was a great value, and that has nothing to do with what wound up happening because McCarty fell off.
Yeah, he couldn't make a putt on Saturday.
Still make the same play. Rose hit the ball well enough to shoot well. He just didn't putt. Same thing with Patrick Reed, actually. He blew it with his putter.
How would you know? They never show him.
But the thing with Rory is if he has a bad moment, it can compound. And that is why what took place on the back nine was really from the start, because he double bogeyed one, that he was able to bounce back time after time after time. It was the golf analogy to Rocky, because he just kept getting back up. And so even if you hate golf and even if you dislike it because of whatever reason you might not like it, I think people can relate to supporting somebody who has been knocked down so many times and gets back up.
I bet the ratings are going to be through the roof on that one. I would say 2019 is still my favorite Masters because was it 16 where Molinari and maybe Koepka, a couple guys went in the water? Or was it 12? It was one of those par 3s.
12 that they couldn't sense the wind in, and it was Koepka, Molinari, Poulter, and Finau all went in the water.
Yeah, and then, prisoner of the moment stuff, but Brindle Chambly said on Saturday night that there hasn't been a golfer in the history of golf with more pressure than Rory is under tonight, heading into Sunday. I don't know if that's a little, hyperbolic or not.
I think perhaps in the last quarter century that's accurate. It's tough for me, and I know you as well, and probably damn near everybody listening who can speak to that one way or the other. So then you talk about that from an 18-hole standpoint, from a 4.5-hour standpoint. And then as the afternoon progresses, then it gets down to the putt that he has. Everything is there. History. And if he misses the putt and then loses in the playoff, he may never get there. This is what I talked about on the morning of the Blues Game 7. And now, of course, we all know that they won. But the thing that effed me up so badly about that moment was all of us, and I would say that's everybody listening to this right now because it's only 6 years ago. You knew how many decades it took to get to that moment. And then as a fan, you know how many regular season games it took to just go, okay, they're in. And then as a fan, you knew that how many games they had to win through Winnipeg and through Dallas and through San Jose and the hand pass and the maroon goal and all that took place to get to that moment. And if those 3 hours in Boston go poorly, you are starting back from the very finish line, and you may never see it again because our parents and grandparents didn't get a chance to see it, many of them. And so for Rory McIlroy, he's standing over that ball, and all of that work going back to a 3-year-old in Northern Ireland is on the line with that putt, and he misses it, a putt that he's going to make 95 out of 100 times. People can relate to that. What people can't necessarily relate to is going back to the top of that tee box.
Same hole.
Same hole, hitting the same shot and executing it after that happened, then hitting the wedge to 2 feet and overcoming it. And that is why that story transcends golf, transcends sports. And that is why people can point to that moment as a moment that they either want to be able to look at or they want to teach their children about. That's why that was so significant.
That missed putt would have been the Blues Game 6, where everybody was ready to celebrate. It was time, and we'd waited all this time, and then they just lay an egg.
Yep.
When he missed the putt, did you think he'd win on the playoff hole?
I was just thinking, I was so caught up in the moment.
I did not.
I would have loved what the live odds were. I wonder what the live odds were with him and Rose going on 18.
See, I had bet Rose earlier in the day, and I was like plus 400. Not early in the day. Like after he birdied 1 and 3, I'm like, I got to bet him. And I saw Rory the way he started. I'm like, I got to bet everybody other than Rory and Bryson, because Bryson's odds weren't good. Bryson became the favorite 20 minutes into the round. Rory, and he was plus 250 when they went out there. And after the first hole, Bryson became the favorite. So I'm like, okay, I got to get Oberg, I got to get Rose, I got to get. I already had some Scheffler because I'm like, somebody might get in this thing, but I never deep down really thought it was going to be Rose. Never.
He played lights out, although his pace of play is concerning.
Yeah, he and Brian Harmon ought to get together and play an 8-hour round.
But no, I would have thought for sure that Rosie was going to win at that point. I mean, that is such devastation on 18. And to go back to the same hole, Rosie hits a really good drive, Rory hits a great drive, and then Rosie sticks it after Rory had just messed up that shot 15, 20 minutes prior. That was nuts.
Would have bet against the drive, would have bet against his approach. Couldn't have bet against the putt. I mean, if he missed that putt, it was Scott Hoke-esque with missing something that short. But it was world class, man. It'll be tough to duplicate that. And like I said, incredibly admirable.
Did it seem rowdier than normal at the Masters? I know they get excited on Sunday, but it seemed really loud, boisterous, more so
because you had the story that was going on. You also had Bryson has his fans, Rory has his fans. There isn't a lot of overlap if you're passionate about one or the other because of the live thing. Rory was so anti-live. Not that Bryson's really pro-live, but he has built his brand via YouTube, and so people love Bryson. I don't know at the outset, because the thing fluctuated as far as who was winning, who the gallery was pulling for, because it could have been Bryson. I think if it were a U.S. Open or a PGA Championship, it might have been more pro-Bryson.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know what I mean?
Yep, because
but Augusta's such a different operation as far as getting in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just felt for the Masters, where everything is genteel and calm. I mean, I know they're going to get loud, but it seemed more rowdy. I just thought
you had almost everything you could ask for within the realm of reality outside. Scheffler just couldn't get putts to fall. And if you would have had Scheffler, Bryson, and Rory battling it out at the end, I mean, that's in 2025. Again, you can say Tiger, but that didn't happen in 2025. That's about as much as you could possibly ask for.
What do they do with their phones there? Because I know they can't have phones.
Did you go to the Chappelle Rock show?
The same thing like that? Where they put them in a bag?
I think it's a locker, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Or some people just leave it in their car.
But I think that adds to it, Martin.
100%. That's what Rory said after. He goes, the fact that people don't have their phones, another thing that they do, and they will never abandon, is they do not do electronic leaderboards.
Yeah.
So they were conscious. I saw Brad Faxon talking about it. They were conscious. They knew that when they put up that Rory had taken the lead, that the place was going to explode, and some guys had not hit their tee shots yet. And so they waited until they hit their tee shots on 8 because they knew what was going to happen. And so once those guys hit their tee shots, then the place exploded because they knew that the reaction would then distract them from hitting their tee shots.
Makes sense.
This is into the weed stuff, but that stuff plays a role in all of it.
Final round attendance, they max it out. I didn't know this. I was wondering, because looking at some of those aerial shots, they said the final round is around 35 to 40,000. That is the maximum they will allow at Augusta National for a competition. They'll allow more, I guess, on a practice round, but it seemed like a whole hell of a lot more than that, didn't it, just from the aerial view?
Yeah.
Surrounding the green.
Absolutely incredible afternoon. James, always enjoy talking it over with you. Visit James online at carltoninsurance.net or his offices in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. You call there right now. Somebody in the office is answering your phone. I've been a client for 6 years. I cannot tell you enough how glad I am that I made the switch, and the customer service that James and his team provide. It is an absolute 10 out of 10. Once you make the switch, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, and you will regret not having made the switch sooner. It's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Thank you, James.
Appreciate it, gentlemen.
There he is. That's James Carlton with us here on TMA. Martin Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day. You know that, Seth Goldcap. You're a client, too.
Fourth generation. Love talking about St. Louis businesses that have survived and thrived over the years. They started in 1904. So Design Air is the place to go for your summer AC needs. You've been dealing with the furnace. I bet some folks had the heat on over the weekend. Now the air is going to be back on, flipping, flopping back and forth. Make sure that air conditioner is tuned up for the entire summer. Get yourself a little checkup. Or if it breaks down, get a repair team out there that is not going to try and upsell you. In fact, they work with their technicians to make sure it's all about the repair. It's not a sales job. It's part of the great service you get with Design Air. You can book that appointment online at designairservice.com. Support the sponsors. We talk about that a lot. Longest running TMA sponsor. They bring you the Buck Swope vehicle, which is the email of the day. For all your furnace needs in the winter, air conditioning in the summer, it's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor the email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brad Thompson with us next on the Cardinals winning 2 of 3 and his observations from the weekend, including what Wilson Contreras had to say. That's next, TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Brad Thompson joining us here. Coming up in a matter of moments, Chris Kerber, our guest in the 8 o'clock hour. You can always go back and podcast. Schaefer Door Company sponsored the podcast here on TMA. Jay Delsing with us, talking Masters, coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Cardinal discussion with Brad. Martin, we've been deep teasing this audio, and I want Brad to be able to hear it as well. This is from the Phillies broadcast on the Cardinal attendance and tying it into the Battlehawks. I mean, here we got here, Jack. Who do we have? What do we got? What's the background?
Is it Tom McCarthy? He's their main voice. Okay.
Yes, it's Tom McCarthy talking about this.
Radio or television?
Television? Okay. Yeah, television.
Anyway, there's a lot going on in this city today. The St. Louis Battlehawks are playing. That's the UFL. Is it UFL or XFL? I think it's UFL. Field 1. And they're playing at the old home of the Rams, the house that Archuleta built. And it's nice to see that, they have football back. They're the highest drawing team in the league. Apparently, it's fun to tailgate there. Well, they were doing it at 7 o'clock this morning. On one outside, 2 and 1.
We left on the bus. Like, why are all these people here?
I don't know.
Incredible. They all had jerseys on, all nine.
I pulled the drapes this morning, and, our hotel is facing an area where there's some open lots. And there were people out there at 7 this morning tailgating.
I do not think that was crapping on St. Louis or the Battlehawks. What did you think? You thought it was?
No, I didn't. I was putting that there. What do you guys think? I didn't think one way or another.
And Tom McCarthy's not, and he did some Rams games for CBS. I know in the past. I like that he said the house at Archuleta built was kind of a fun little old school take. But I'm assuming they stayed at the Four Seasons. So they had a view of the dome because there's not another. I was trying to think, oh my God, where are they staying? And then I'm like, okay, Four Seasons, you could see a little of the tailgate activity. They did seem a little confused. They kind of have a football team as well in Philadelphia that has done some things. So maybe I think they were genuinely confused about UFL, XFL. Like, what is it? Yeah, okay, good for them. So maybe they were patting us on the back. It felt a little hurtful. Like we're just the little engine that could.
Brad Thompson joins us right now to give his perspective.
To fire back.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to fight. And there's that crystal clear audio.
What's going on? How we doing, guys?
We're good, man. How about taking 2 of 3 from the Phillies with Nola and Wheeler being the victims and the Cardinals only allowing 4 runs?
Everybody saw that coming after the road trip, didn't you?
Absolutely. Martin called it.
Strike. No, that was fun, man. It was a good one. By the way, I do think that Tom McCarthy was genuinely shocked that people were tailgating at 7 o'clock. That would be my biggest guess. And maybe he was waiting for him to head to Busch Stadium, but that was not the case. Call was the law that early. So look, it was a great series. It was a much needed series win for the Cardinals. And look, that road trip sucked, and that was not exactly how they wanted that to go down. They had a lot of winnable games, but they came back and battled back. You got to love what you saw against 2 really tough pitchers.
What about Libitor? You're a pitcher, right? You pitched at a high level. Let's talk about why this guy, for a couple of years now, has been pretty good out of the bullpen. The starting not always as successful. What are you seeing from him? Because it was Ron Darling on a preseason spring training game. I heard him say, man, this guy should be better. Like he was just looking out, and he didn't know a lot of his resume, I'm sure. But what have you seen from Libitor?
Yeah, I think we've seen a maturation between the years. Like just mentally, I think that he's able to slow the game down now. I had a conversation with him last year, and I was just asking him, hey, what are you thinking? What are you thinking during a game? And he would talk about the process and how maybe he gets a little bit too far ahead of himself. And he said pitching out of the bullpen, a lot like Stephen Matz said this, pitching out of the bullpen really helped him focus on one pitch at a time. Well, I think that he's taken that big league experience. 54 of his 60 games last year were out of the pen, and he's taking that pitch-by-pitch mentality into starting now. And I loved his comments yesterday talking about playing ping pong before the game, right? Having a routine, not trying to play the act of I'm the starter, I have to do this, I have to do that. Be yourself, have a routine, and execute pitches. I mean, we still forget he is a very, very young pitcher. I know that there were a lot of accolades surrounding him, and rightfully so, when he came over in the Arozarena deal, but he's still young. There's still so much room to grow for him. I love the way that he's utilizing his arsenal a little bit differently. As you guys, I know, have talked about, he was leaning on his slider a lot more in the ball game yesterday, and it's a really good pitch, a pitch that's evolved for him. Instead of just the fastball, curveball, he's mixing that one in a lot more. So I really think it's more of a mental thing. He's always been blessed with a great arm. He's got a big frame, and he's left-handed, but he's starting to figure things out and be able to slow down the game, and I really think that's the biggest difference for Liberatore.
We're joined by Brad Thompson here. Wilson Contreras' early start, rough, but got it going here this weekend. 2 for 4 yesterday, hit his first home run. And you were right on it, man, after you brought it up with us last Monday about how he was just having a tough time recognizing the breaking balls. It was crystal clear in Pittsburgh what they were doing. We're going to throw him breaking balls, and he's going to chase, and more often than not, he's going to strike out. What did you see this weekend, Brad?
Well, shout out Torpedo Bats.
Yes, Torpedo Bats.
I mean, why not, right? It is so funny, and that's the maddening part about the game of baseball, and for baseball fans, that's kind of what you love about it is you just don't know. You don't know what to expect. You know, guys are going to go on heaters, guys are going to have really rough times, but you knew that Contreras was a lot better than he was showing, and I think that all that work that he has been putting in is starting to come to fruition. He's less jumpy at the plate. He is seeing the ball better, and he's staying in his legs. I think that's the big difference. We talked about last week. He was really upper body reliant and really lunging out after the ball, and then anxious on the first pitch. And as you mentioned, they're going to throw him a lot of sliders, a lot of breaking balls. But I love the adjustments he made. His double was about 110 off the bat. He had the home run. He lined out at over 100. So I hope that we're seeing Contreras turn the corner, and I have loved the attitude that he has had and the great energy that he's had. And it's not just in front of the camera saying the right things. It's in the clubhouse. It's around his teammates, because this is a guy in the past that when he's struggling, he might just punch everything in the way, like just blow up a dugout. He hasn't been that guy. He's been like a great team player, and I don't say that because he's like been a bad teammate in the past. He's just a passionate dude, but he's been able to harness that, and luckily all that work he's been putting in, hopefully he's taken that step forward now.
You know, it's interesting. We talk a lot about Walker, and then last year was about Wynn and what's going to happen with Gorman this year. A guy like Brendan Donovan, to me, is just always kind of below the radar, and then you look up, he's always scoring a run. He's always on base. It's kind of amazing. I know he's not a young guy anymore, but it almost seems like he's just kind of lost in this conversation where we're always talking about Wynn and Walker and maybe Burleson. It just seems like Donovan just gets it done.
It might be the biggest compliment, right? It's just that we don't talk about it a lot because you expect it. And that's kind of his personality. It's go to work, head down. I'm just going to be here. I'm going to do my job. And that's exactly what he did. As you guys know, he led the club in hits last year. He's got 20 hits this year. I think that's third most in the National League. And he has a consistent approach. And even when it was a slow start to the season, and then he went on a tear on the road, he is just such a diligent worker. He is a great leader, obviously a versatile player that you could put everywhere. Maybe not as versatile as Pedro Pajes, but versatile nonetheless. A guy that can bounce around and play a little bit of everywhere for you. No, I think that is like the biggest compliment. He is absolutely one of the rocks of this team. He's one of the guys that the young guys look at, not to only talk to him, but to emulate the way that he works and he goes about it.
Brad, I'm curious what your thoughts are on the attendance this weekend. Wilson Contreras talked it over with Martin following the game and said, hey, we're playing for you, and asking for the fans to come back to the ballpark, and said, don't stop believing in this club. What did you see, and what do you think of what we've seen so far this season?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure if you guys know the Battlehawks were playing. I don't know if we talked about that.
That's right. We did. There were Tom McCarthy.
So that's not nothing. No, look, first of all, for Contreras' statements, like he just said that from the heart. He loves it. This guy is a showman. Like, he loves the crowd. He loves the energy. You've seen him in the biggest environments, and he like grows from that. And I think that he laid it out there really well. He talked about how good he believes this club is, that they've got all the pieces to compete, and that, you know, that, and we know this, if the Cardinals find themselves in the mix down the stretch, people are going to show up, and people are going to be there in the postseason if they're fortunate enough to be a part of it. Might as well jump in now. But I also understand fans that, you know, I'm not going to fan shame. I wish there were more people there. I wish there was more of an energy. And I really hope that what this team has been doing, and especially what you've been seeing here as of late, especially at home, makes you excited about their style of play and want to come out and want to support them, because I really do believe it's going to be an entertaining club. And I know this just from a former player standpoint. It is so much different when you have a crowd behind you and like a legit packed house behind you. The energy is amazing. It brings out a new level. It's not like you're not trying hard when there's 10,000 or 20,000, but it's just, it lifts you up a little bit. And I think that's what Wilson is talking about.
Yeah, and to be fair to Wilson, I put it, the question was placed to him. I did it to Ollie as well. I just said, and my theory is if they play well long enough at home, maybe more people will get on board. And Ollie made it, he said, hey, listen, this team's playing their butt off. They go about it the right way. But Wilson, as you said, is always passionate. I told these guys this. We showed up at his locker, and he goes, hey, man, where you guys all been?
No, he is. He's great. I think that he brings the right energy. I enjoy the attitude, and I really hope that we continue to see more and more people in the gates, because Cardinal fans know this, man. It's always a fun time to go to the ballpark, whatever the reason is. As on an individual level, because I think that everybody's is different. It's not the easiest thing in the world to get to a ball game all the time. But I hope this team encourages you to go by the way that they play and the way that they go about it. And we talked about this week one, but I've been really encouraged with like the little things that don't show up in a box score, the little things that you're seeing, and maybe oftentimes not even on the TV screen, because a piece of the play is going on here. Maybe it's a ground ball to the left side or a fly ball, and somebody's busting their butt from first to third with 2 outs. Like, it's the little tiny details. I coached this weekend. I had the weekend off, Saturday and Sunday, and I was coaching in a tournament. It was all the things that I want to see from my 11U team actually being done at the big league level, which you guys doesn't usually happen. Guys like don't leg things out and don't hustle a lot. This team is energized. They're hustling, and I think that's the kind of style of baseball that Cardinal fans like to watch.
Yeah, that was if this thing gets going, let's keep an eye on what took place this past weekend, because to beat that team and to beat those 2 starters and to do it the way that they did it, that was a big surprise, and it was certainly impressive. 3 with the Astros before they go out on the road, and then they will head back home for a Friday series, starting with the Brewers on Friday, a week from this Friday, after going out on the road. Brad Thompson with us every Monday here on TMA, and you can watch him. He joins up on the YouTube, too, youtube.com/TMA. STL. Thank you, Brad.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Have a great week.
Thank you, too. This is Brad Thompson with us here on TMA Mentality, longtime sponsor of the morning after. If you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially belly fat, that can be one of many symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and for your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer. It's Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, St. Louis, Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. And if you take a look at the forecast, we've got nothing but highs in the 60s and 70s over the next 10 days. So outdoor living spaces now becoming key. That's when you want to work with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build with their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. You can call them at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way. They focus on custom work. That's custom decks. That's custom, like adding on a pergola to block out the light when it gets to the sun setting and blinding you if you face the west, or if you're looking for a pergola. They really do have answers for it all. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. All right, Martin, we had Outfield, Your Love. That was I'm going to say, I'm going to say 86 because it gets me 85 and 87, and I know it wasn't 84. That's my reason.
And I think you need 85 to get that one correct. Do we have it in front of us? I could probably look it up.
I mean, I can tell you I'm right. It's just kind of the way that this game is played.
Oh, God, I get Elton John's Your Song.
Oh, yeah, was that Chairman? Yes.
85.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just knew it wasn't 84. So I'm like, okay, I might as well get 87. I don't need it. But, and then we also had Shakira and Wyclef, and I know that was 2006. So I'm trying to figure out Jackson's theme today.
No real theme that I can think of except that my hips do not lie. So
and if you can't think of the theme, then nobody else can because you're the one picking out the song.
You're the DJ.
So when you say not that I can think of, there is no theme.
Right.
Martin's right about that.
But I just said that my hips don't lie.
Yeah,
so I figured that this would be a good time
Do your
to play
lips
it.
lie?
Time to time.
Oh, wow.
Really? Was it you compulsive liar, bro?
No. Sometimes a white lie is always good.
A white lie.
It's a 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna. He doesn't lie. I know
Got
that.
called Bozo, by the way, on a text.
Yeah, that was Harrison's brother, Master, though.
Called Jackson a Bozo.
He didn't like the clip of Tom McCarthy. Wait, I don't have the text inbox in front of me. What are they?
It just said nice clip, Bozo. I forget I just laughed. We were having we had a good off-air discussion about the nice clip, Bozo. They weren't crapping on them at all. Somebody else pointed out Tom McCarthy's partner might be Adam Archuleta on the NFL. Then I looked that up off-air, and it does not appear. He had Jay Feely and Ross Tucker, maybe. Anyway, Bozo.
Jackson, would you like to apologize to Harrison's brother, Master?
Absolutely not.
Wow!
Why would I?
Yeah, your hips don't lie.
That and it was a fine clip. It was newsworthy. I don't know about newsworthy, but it was certainly current.
It was current. It was good. He was comedy. You brought in Battlehawks discussion to a show for those who needed it, and they lost for the first time, Tim, to the D.C. Defenders.
I don't do this program for the approval of Harrison's brother Master or honestly any texter.
Oh. Wow. War has been declared.
I'm here for the texters. I'm sorry.
That's cheap pop there.
200, that's right. 278 fans have gotten in the YouTube chat and decided to talk it over this morning. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Mark Hanna, 286 now. Mark Hanna is a sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. And you can call him at 314-889-0503. Oh, how many times I've thought, man, what if I would have known Mark Hanna back when I was 23 years old and how different things would look for me right now and how I would have handled things differently financially and also just life advice. This guy has great perspective. Mark and I are right around the same age, if I'm not mistaken, and he has a really healthy worldview, He's a good person, but his vision is not necessarily a one-size-fits-all. He knows everybody has different goals, and everybody has short-term and long-term. Well, he can put you on the path to achieving both. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. You can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in an hour. Jay Delsing is going to be with us in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson, the Doggies lost to a tough Columbus team, 2-1. Here is the call from Joey Zanaboni on the Doggies' 1 goal, Martin.
Stopped up in the channel, one-on-one with the defender of the year in the MLS from last season. Takes him to the end line. Pompey trying to get the cross off. Threads it. Close. Hits one off the bottom of the board. And somehow stays out. He hits it. And it's in! Oh, baby! Joe Clouds! And City's going to take the lead on a wonder goal in front of the supporters section. Holy moly! City leads!
What was he saying? What's the lead for Jackson? Was that what he was saying? What's the lead? Once Klaus scored, he was saying, what's the lead?
Yeah. Everyone's tuned into the dossier.
Klaus's first goal since May of last year, Tim. May of a year ago. He had another one. They took it off the board, called a little offside. Then the coach said after the game that they told him that it wasn't really offside. I'm like,
oh, that's nice. It's a nice sentiment. Then can we have the goal back?
Yeah. How does that work?
Continental Courtney? Is this a lady? How about what percentage of Courtneys are men versus women? Martin, can I get a number on that? Jackson's going to go over or under on whatever number you say.
I am going to say there are some men named Courtney. I'd say 10%.
I think that's the right number. Jackson, you can say that's the right number. You can say it's higher or lower.
I think it's just under. I think it's just under. Just under 10%.
Chairman Kurt has done the research.
I have. And Jackson, you are spot on. Approximately 90.5% of Courtneys are female.
Wow! Martin, I mean, you said a great number. Jackson with a great bet. It's so fun to see this show be so good.
It is. It is, especially with unisex names.
Okay, can I ask then? How about Bozo? 99% male?
99% Jackson.
Okay.
But that begs the question, what is the unisex names that is the most leaning towards female? I think Kelly or Leslie.
Like Chasey Lane.
Is there a lot of guys named Chasey? Is there anybody whose birth name is Chasey?
I can think of only one from North Carolina, born in the 70s. Connell Courtney said, Piddles got a little arrogant as his popularity has risen since the first day on 101 ESPN. They say money changed people. That's Continental Courtney.
Am I more popular? Sure doesn't feel like it.
No, I think you're taking a downturn because you just crapped on the texters. They're saying you were rising up and got a little too full of yourself, bozo.
Like picture Jackson Burkett on January 2nd, 2022, our first day on Balloon Party. And Martin has onboarding at 10 o'clock, so it's going to be me and you.
Yeah, back at it.
Balloon Party, flashback. But are you the same man you were 3.5 years ago?
In some ways, yes. In many ways, no.
So cryptic, Martin.
Wow.
Some ways,
a little
yes.
Battle scarred at this point.
That, I think probably a little wiser.
How are you wiser, boy?
Oh, I think you just learn from experiences.
What experiences, boy?
Oh, the shortcomings that come with a radio production career. Audio.
Wow. Sure. Hey, our guest speaker today, kids.
Yeah, well,
Jackson Burkett.
Mistakes are a learning experience, and I hope to learn from all my mistakes.
Be better at math, kids. Be better at math.
Boy, I got to tell you, I think that's good counsel.
Yeah, addition, certainly, and then no doubt subtraction.
They kind of go hand in hand.
Well, yeah.
Yes, division.
Arithmetic?
Oh, no.
That's not really a term used very much. No one really says
Maybe you should stick with radio.
No doubt. I think I'm a changed man in some ways, but I'm also very much still myself.
Would you cringe at the audio of your first time on the air?
Oh. What about, do you? Because mine, I'm working with you. And I sound like I snorted heaps of cocaine before doing the show with you.
Like high pitch, kind of?
Not high pitch, just hyper. But I wasn't sleeping at the time, and I was a mess. It was brutal. I hate when I hear clips of the morning grind. Hate it.
Good thing they replay constantly on the, what is it, the skeleton?
I don't think anybody on the show necessarily listens to the skeleton, but yes, that does exist.
I've heard audio clips of myself, and it doesn't sound like me.
Really? Well, no, has your voice changed? Is it higher or lower?
I don't know.
It's probably lower now.
That was
usually happens.
It sounds different. I don't hate it, but like TV, if you look at your early stuff, like, oh my God, it's so bad.
Yeah.
Hello again, everybody. That kind of thing, and you just ties crooked, and you're like, this just in. Like everything is just terrible.
How old were each of you when the morning grind got started?
I was 27. Yes.
I think I was 36. Maybe. What it was Will Clark the first guest? I feel last week when he was on as a surprise.
Wow.
I thought later we missed the moment, Skipper. We missed the moment because we were in Macomb.
You and the cat were in Macomb,
was it
and
not
I was
the
back
first
in the
show?
studio.
It was really early on. We were in Macomb.
I had never thought about that until now, but yes, I think you might be right.
And it was really bad radio because the cat and I are in Macomb, and it was kind of like Don Imus where we couldn't hear, and Tim's like, hey, guys, and somehow Will Clark was the guest, but we had us in Macomb, Tim in Webster Groves, and here Will Clark go, hello? Hello? What's going on here? He was like getting increasingly mad. Ever watched that Meet the Press? For this?
What?
Never mind.
Yeah, how about that?
You guys still there? The hell's going on? Will was kind of having his own show. I think he might have been the first guest. But
wow.
Yeah, if you see like the TV clips, it's obviously more visual. audio. I mean, Jack Buck in the summer of '89, I asked him for some advice. I was an intern at Channel 11.
What did he tell you? I can't wait to hear this.
It was at the old Busch Stadium press box, and he was calling the game, obviously, and I was there with Channel 11. And I said, Mr. Buck, hey, I was just looking for some advice. He said, best thing to do, read out loud. Just get used to your voice. Read out loud. He said it'll sound funny, and he said record your voice, play it back. He said you have to get comfortable with your own voice because you do get kind of paranoid. You hear it back. You get used to your own voice. And don't be a bozo. I think that was inferred to a young broadcaster.
Continental Courtney, who went after Jackson. Boy, so many texts since. There it is. Tim, damn it, I am a man. There are more men named Courtney than women. And Chairman Kurt says that is not accurate per his research. That's from Continental Courtney. I would agree with Chairman Kurt's research.
100%.
Yeah, there are more women named Courtney than men.
I wonder what like an even split unisex name would be. Like a true almost 50-50 can go one way or another. Like my brother's name is Jesse, and I think that's a pretty.
That's live.
That's pretty.
That is live.
Right down the middle.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Casey's
a good one.
That's a good play, Chairman.
Yeah, Pat. It probably leans a more gentleman.
I agree with
more
that.
gentleman. Yeah, those are good ones, though, Chairman. Text on in.
Jesse does feel like a good right down the middle.
Right, but there's with women, it's usually an IE at the end.
Right.
Whereas like my brother's just an E.
What is your brother's? Is that his full name, or is that short for something?
No, that's his full name.
No, God bless.
So Jesse's girl could have been a lesbian thing. You never know. I mean, you don't know. I mean, I'm saying now, thinking back.
In college, whenever like a bar would play that, one of his buddies from high school would like call him during that song playing. He's like, "Yeah, I get it, Jesse's girl." I've heard it a couple times.
It seems like it bored him.
After a while, you know.
Same guy.
Again, it's like midnight.
Actually, hey guys, you can't trust KG's research. He simps for Mr. Licks. That's from Big Tough. Are you a Mr. Licks simp?
Yeah, but I don't care what Big Tough says. I found the data on this.
Oh, what do we have?
The most common unisex names in America with the most even split. Riley is 51-49.
Wow. Good call.
Riley Reed, 2016 AVN Performer of the Year? I think so. I was there. Right. It was my wife's Christmas gift to me in 2015, and we went in January 2016 but somebody will look that up.
It's like KD winning MVP. Please continue, Chairman.
Jamie is another one.
Yeah.
It's a nice play.
Shout out to Jamie Rivers.
Friend of the show, Jamie Rivers, Jackson's nemesis, Jamie Rivers, and someday Jamie Rivers is going to walk in here, lift Jackson up, and pin him against the studio walls. Martin, I hope you're here for that.
I would like to see
I'm not just like a cantaloupe. Like I'm all man, baby.
I'm not just why cantaloupe? Like of all the things.
Yeah. I'm 72 inches tall, about $178. You think I'm just going to cower?
I think if Jamie Rivers walked in here, I think he would do exactly what I just said.
I'm not scared.
I don't think you want that smoke, Jackie Papers.
He knows. I'm ready to go.
He knows that you're ready.
Move some furniture.
You're not just asparagus.
No.
I'm not just cantaloupe.
Yeah, sack of kiwis.
Sack of kiwis. What's happening over there? Is your meds, are they wearing off?
No. In fact, I think I might be peaking.
Are you?
Oh, is that right? You're timing out nicely.
Are you primed and ready for the 10 o'clock hour, Bozo?
As good as I get.
Jake Hill, I think, with the right one. Aaron, Aaron, and Aaron, Erin. And we, of course, have Aaron in St. Chuck, who listens and is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Martin, as you point out often, she has her nipples pierced. So
I don't think I've ever pointed that out.
That resonates with the audience. That was a nice play there for those texting in. Aaron, he's not a cantaloupe, he's a honeydew. Nobody likes honeydew, but you need it there to take up space.
True.
I told you that before. That's from old Woody, who's mad that we didn't remember his text.
Yeah, it's true. Honeydew and cantaloupe, for that matter, are space filler in a fruit salad.
Yeah, you've taken that stance before.
It's like rice in a burrito. You know, just filling up space. Oh, look how overstuffed this burrito is. Just all rice.
A little bit of rice is okay.
A little bit, but it's
you're right.
You're doubling up on the carbs, and it's like, oh my God, it's a huge burrito. Well, it's all rice.
How about this? The Orson Woods Wacko has issued a statement regarding KG being a Licks lemming. KG is not a lemming to Licks. He is equally fair to me, and I think Licks is nothing more than a custodian currently at Afton High School. So that's where Licks is.
Is that where we saw the bumper sticker?
Big shout out to all of our custodial friends.
Amen. Especially the Afton Cougars, am I right? And that's where they shot up in the air when they did the reunion scene? Afton High School. How about that? Fun facts for no and tell. Jackson loves up in the air.
Oh, do I ever.
I got to see him shoot a few scenes.
It's so cool.
Stayed at there's a lot of people at the Ritz will tell George Clooney stories. Not the Ritz, the Chase Park Plaza. There's that Tenderloin Room restaurant.
Yes.
He used to come down to the bar there, and they said he was tons of fun, telling stories, leaving $100 tips, of course.
Just a movie star, the epitome of movie star.
And is he your hero?
No, he's way up there.
Who's your hero, bro?
Like in terms of actors, screen actors?
Whomever. Because you know what I know he's going to say? I already know. I can write it down. It'd be like Newlywed Game. I know.
Probably my father.
There it is. That was what I was going to say.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about non-family.
Non-family.
KD.
I love KD.
Non-NBA.
Chris Long, obviously. I think he's someone that young people and people my age can look up to. Yeah, I have a lot of heroes, but screen acting wise,
that's how it all started.
Well, probably Brad Pitt. Like those two often get compared to each other, and I think Pitt just edges him out. Just because
Sigma Chi Zai chapter.
Zai chapter is Missouri ties and doesn't have an infatuation with directing his own stuff.
Oh, wow.
Well, I think that set Clooney back a little. I think that's set Clooney back a little.
Set him back. He was on, this is years ago, Bill Maher. He was on Satellite, and he said, Bill Maher was like, hey, George, he said, we had your boyfriend on last week. Brad Pitt and Clooney just started laughing. Those two are often referred to together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're great.
Martin was looking for a little bit more.
I didn't really have
They were in a movie together last year, and no one talked about it.
I take the blame.
They were in a movie together last year, and nobody talked about it.
Which one was it?
It was called Wolves on Apple.
Oh, and then Tarantino made fun of Clooney or took a shot at him, and like Clooney was like, blank, 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 blank,
Yeah.
you, Tarantino.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this.
Yeah, pretty harsh exchange.
You can read more about that at goodorbad.com as soon as Jackson buys the domain.
Yeah, it's going to be a big Q4.
Is it?
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
what I'm telling the investors.
That's what I heard. All right, Martin's got this onboarding. 10 o'clock hours of balloon party reunion.
Love it.
What do you got?
Stuff.
Weekend wrap-up is usually what we would do on Mondays.
Yeah, a little hypothetical odyssey out there.
Oh, I like a hypothetical. We haven't gone on a hypothetical odyssey. We got the design, air, heating, and cooling email today, Jay Delsing, who picked Justin Rose last week before the thing started. The hell is going to join us as well. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. Hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of the Battlehawks football returning to the Dome. Came up short yesterday. They'll be back in action on April 26th when the Michigan Panthers come to town at the Dome. You want some cheap tickets to go to the Battlehawks game and some delicious chicken on top of that? Let me tell you about Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken and what they got going on with their new Battlehawks box that'll get 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips and or the potato wedges. And I really want to hammer that home. The potato wedge. A lot of people go fries. You got those skinny little fries, not potato wedges. You're not getting shortchanged on potatoes when you get those wedges. And they know that better than anybody at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. You get 2 dipping sauces on top of that and a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, meaning tickets are starting at just $14 and you get some delicious chicken, all for $8.99. What are we talking about here? So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. They got 15 locations in St. Louis. You get that code, you get cheaper Battlehawks tickets, some delicious tenders, and those potato wedges. Remember, caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tomorrow night. Big game against the Utah Hockey Club. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Boy, it's beautiful, especially considering that Andy Hanselman, the vocalist, didn't have the audio in his headphones, and he was able still to capture the melody. It's phenomenal. It really is. It won Grammy in 2001, I think, is what it did, right after the Tiger Slam. It is TM8, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 10 o'clock hour here, and it has been a wonderful program. A lot, of course, over the weekend that we have discussed. Chris Kerber in the 8 o'clock hour on the Blues, and the one game that can send them to the Stanley Cup playoffs tomorrow night, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame 6 p.m., puck drop 7 p.m. against Utah. They control their own destiny. Win and regulation, and they are in. Brad Thompson in the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. On the Cardinals, taking 2 of 3 from the Phillies, beating Nola and Wheeler, and beating them up pretty good, too, the Cardinals did to the Phillies. Phillies only scoring 4 runs. And, of course, the Masters, our lead story. And to give us his perspective, the man was in studio with us on Friday. I have no idea how or why he did it, but he turned out to be right on target. He was on Justin Rose before the tournament started, and Justin Rose took Rory McIlroy to a playoff yesterday for an all-timer. Ladies and gentlemen, friend of the program, author of a new book as well, Jay Delsing, with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Jay.
Guys, I can't come to the phone right now because I'm in deep therapy after the Sunday of Augusta. That was the wildest finish. I had my heart ripped out of my chest and then sewn back in only to have it removed again. I don't know what happened, man. Where do you want to start, Timmy? And thank you for having me on.
Oh, I love having you on. Jay's new book is You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You, and that is coming out. And where can people get it? We talked about it on Friday, but for those who didn't get a chance to hear you on Friday, where and when can people get it, Jay?
Mascotbooks.com has it. You can go to my website, jdelsingolf.com as well. It'll be on Amazon, but they won't release it until Amazon, as you can imagine. I've never written a book, never thought I'd write a book, T, and the fact that I'm talking to people at Amazon, they're like, dude, whatever, you're going to do whatever we say, and you're lucky to have it in there. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So if you go to Amazon, you won't get it till June 3rd because that's the official release date of it.
Got it. All right, there it is. I cannot. It is sitting right on my nightstand, and I cannot wait to read it. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Written by Jay Delsing. I think where I want to start. This is a story. I'm real, and I say this ad nauseum, and I know, fortunately, we have a lot of TMA listeners who listen to every single minute of this show, and we're grateful for that. So they've heard me say this. For 101 listeners becoming familiar with the show, I know people cycle on and cycle off. I love the game of golf, but I also recognize that when you're doing a show on 101, most of the time you're going to be talking Cardinals and Rams, and then depending on what the big sports stories of the day are. So I keep my love of golf for the most part off of the program. But this story yesterday transcends that. And I think it transcends it because people saw a guy living out a parallel to a life story. Experiencing highs and then crashing lows, and then highs again and then crashing lows. And whether they were undoing or they were people that they were dealing with, that's what he was battling yesterday. And I think that's why, where I was, and I don't know if you were watching by yourself or with friends and family, there was a gasp, an audible gasp, and I don't know, probably 100 people I was around, when he missed the putt on 18 on the 72nd hole, and loud cheers when he made the putt on the 73rd hole. They may be Rory fans, they may not be, but people could relate to and pull for somebody battling what he was battling yesterday.
Oh, 100%, Tim. And I mean, here's the thing. What I know, when he birdied number 10 to go 4 up, hits this rope hook around the trees on 11 and really gets fortunate his ball doesn't go in the water, I'm thinking, well, this. If he can make a par here, this is over. But his chip, he couldn't have had an easier shot. And it wasn't a pitch. It was a chip. It was only a couple of feet off the green. It was so bad for someone so good. I said to the guys, I was with friend Jim Zimmerman, his wife, you guys had pimento cheese sandwiches. We had Masters flags along the wall. Guys were wearing their Masters gear. It was really, really fun. But I said, you guys, this isn't over. I know there's a lot of water and things, but I mean, if Rory, Rory is 4 up, and if he pars 11, he's going to, there's a chance that he runs away with this thing. I mean, there really is. And that chip was so poor. And then what is so relatable, you guys, is that Rory's got an 80-yard shot or so on 13 in the fairway. So he's got a perfect lie, and it's really, really level, and there's not many level areas on that hole. And he misses his spot with a 60-degree wedge by more than 20 yards. So, guys, the equivalent of that is like I'm standing on Highway 270, and I'm trying to hit it down the middle of the highway, and I hit my ball towards Cahokia. there's no way you can't for somebody that good. That shot told you everything, and I think that's what people can relate to because he's wanting to keep it out of the water, no doubt about that. But when you lose your focus and you're under a lot of pressure, man, golf is just hard.
I am curious what you thought as he and Rose stood on the 73rd hole, the sudden death playoff. You had to think, and maybe you were talking about it with people, who was going to win. And I'm dead serious. I thought Justin Rose was going to win, and another chapter would be added to Rory's House of Horrors.
100%. I mean, to me, back in my day, when there was a playoff, the person that shot the low 4th round won the playoff like 80% of the time.
Wow, really? How about that?
That was just the deal. Yeah, that's just the deal. Not that we gamble or anything to know those things, but that's just a fun fact to know and tell our friends. So when they stood up there, I'm like, how in the hell is Rory going to get this together? And, Justin gets to hit first because he finished first and put all the pressure on him. And when he hit that drive down the middle of the fairway, I thought, I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, I figured Rory was going to hit a bad drive and Justin was going to win, and this would just go down as like I don't ever want to play in the Masters again for Rory McIlroy, because there's just too much scar tissue, there's too much pain, there's too much drama. I've never seen a golf tournament with more drama than that.
The putt that he missed on the 72nd hole. And you were talking about Brad Faxon when you were in studio with us on Friday. He said that when Rory gets a little tight, he tends to miss it on the heel or toward the heel, not on the heel. That'd be really something. But toward the heel of the putter. And so if you take a look at that putt, and that's a putt that breaks right to left, from the moment it left the putter, I'm like, oh my God.
It was left.
Yeah, exactly right.
It was left.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Tim, the other thing that he does that we were talking about when I was talking to Brad is that he also, if you watch, hits up on the ball a little too much. So his ball, the key to hitting good short putts, you guys, is getting the ball out of the center of the face of the putter. Because when their putts are short and they don't have a whole lot of break like 18 did, if you hit it and you're aiming reasonably well, if you hit it out of the center of the face, you've got a huge opportunity to make it, especially when you're as good as Rory. But if you look at that putt, he hit it off the heel and hit it low on the putter face. And you watch him a lot, and that putter kind of drags through the hitting area. And Tim, that putt on 18 on the 72nd hole was so tentative. I mean, it was like there's a difference between when you're playing at this level, you guys. There's a massive difference between putting to make the putt and putting not to miss. And he was putting not to miss.
Yep. Boy, that sums that up so incredibly. I want to get your perspective on both Justin Rose's day, Bryson DeChambeau's day, and that thing was there. If it was there for Justin Rose, it was there for Scotty Scheffler. Hell, it got there for Ludwig Åberg, and it got there for a time for Patrick Reed. Even had he not 4-putt or 3-putt, I guess, from 4 feet on the 13th hole, he would have been in the playoff. The other guys, as they will be known when people look back on the 2025 Masters, what stood out to you, Jay?
Well, first of all, we can't talk about anything else until we talk about what a gracious human being Justin Rose is.
Amen.
This is not, I mean, and what a great example for the game. And I know he's friends with Rory, but guys, he wanted to win so badly, and he handled that defeat so well. So my hat's off to him in a really difficult situation. Patrick Reed, I really miss him, because he brings so much black hat to the call that I just love it. I mean, I'm like, is the guy going to break the rules? Is he going to what? And the thing is, you guys, he's really damn good. I mean, his hands are stupid around the greens. He's great with the putter. Typically, he did not have a great week with the putter, and then he dunks his second shot on 17, and his reaction, I'm like, dude, you can't even react well. You know, I mean, he obviously knows it's gone in, and I don't know if he's pining for the camera. I don't know what he was doing, but he's just such a disagreeable guy that he's fun for me to have around. You know, he's kind of like a punching bag. But what happened with Åberg, and I mean, it was like, and then you're thinking, well, hell, if Scotty can make 2 more birdies, he might win this thing, because I didn't have any confidence, you guys, when Rory hit that putt on 15 again. Same thing, Tim.
Yes,
it was off the heel, too soft, missing left. I didn't have any confidence that he was going to be able to make a birdie coming in. I had no confidence at all. And then he hits that incredible iron shot on 17, and I'm like, man, that thing just can't get close enough to the hole for him. You know what I mean? It's 3 feet, and he wishes it was 2. If it was 4 feet, he was wishing it was 3. And the fact that he made that, it was. I mean, it was absolutely one of those things that every golfer can relate to, because nobody had any confidence that Rory was going to make that 3-footer on the 73rd hole. At least I didn't.
Oh, I swear to you, I didn't. I was wondering about it as well. I thought there was a good chance that Rose makes that putt and that Rory would miss, and I don't even know. I mean, it was tough enough for him to pick himself up after Pinehurst last year, much less that situation. That would have been something else. So let me get to so then I'm curious on this. We saw this with Xander Schauffele. Plenty of talent. I don't think we would say the talent of Rory McIlroy, but plenty of talent, but had the mental block. But then he won, and then he won another major. The breakthrough moment, don't get me wrong, obviously Rory McIlroy now becoming the 6th player with the career Grand Slam in the game's history. He had won majors before, but it had been a long time. Now that he broke through, and he broke that barrier with as well as he's playing, having won at Pebble Beach, having won at the Players, and having won at the Masters this year, I wonder what's in store for us now.
Well, Tim, it's a great question, because history is totally against Rory. I mean, nobody wins majors after 35 years of age. But what Justin Rose did was insane.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, now we start thinking about Rory in a completely different light, because Rory's the most talented guy on tour. We all know that. But he would just get in his way. And what this is going to do for him now, oh, my gosh, I really can't wait to watch. I mean, I kind of dread the Ryder Cups now.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's kind of got that circled on his calendar, so we're going to be in for rooting against him for 1 week of the year. But it's what remains to be seen is, well, here's the thing what's interesting, you guys. When you start filling your bank account and you start looking at all of the trophies that are in your case, and Rory's got substantial. He's won, 50 times around the world, over 20 times on the PGA Tour. What is the motivation? What gets you out of bed? Because this game is cruel. Yesterday was cruel. I mean, he wound up getting the payoff, but it was cruel. Justin Rose has got to try to take away something positive from this thing. But, I mean, if he doesn't shoot 75, is he thinking about Saturday's round? You know, so you just have so many different things to go back to try to either to pick you up or to try to justify what the hell just happened or whatever. But with Rory, the talent is so ridiculous. You know, what I got a kick out of was watching Bryson DeChambeau become completely unglued on every tee shot and watching Rory just swing this driver like he's sitting in a lawn chair, and Rory's driving it 10 yards past him.
Yeah.
Almost every hole. So the talent's there. I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but the fact that there's only 4 majors a year, Tim, makes it really, really difficult to peak at the right time. But if I'm Scotty Scheffler, I'm looking over my shoulder big time because this guy is coming.
Yeah, he has been broken free, and the PGA, which is about 31 days away, is at Quail Hollow, a place that Rory has had some success. So perhaps this sets the stage for something even more special in 2025. Jay's book is titled You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. Martin Kilcoyne texted me during our conversation. He said Jay's book title could be used to tell the story of this year's Masters. I would agree. I was texting with people last night and this morning saying rarely have I used the words that Jack Buck used when he called Kirk Gibson's home run. I don't believe what I just saw, and I said it multiple times while watching that yesterday. It was something to behold, and I'm glad you were able to take a few minutes out of your morning, Jay, to give us your perspective, because that was truly something spectacular yesterday.
To me, anytime we want to send all your listeners in to get another cup of coffee and want to talk golf, just call me. I'm the nerd with you, bro. I love it.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much, Jay.
Have a great day.
You too. That's Jay Delsing with us here on The Morning After. Tim McKernan, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing. He is back at tomorrow. Martin always having his onboarding at 10 o'clock. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement Event. Right now, it's their classic fan favorite offer. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Need 4, you pay for 2. Need 12, you pay for 6. You get the idea. But this month, the savings don't stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here is the real spring surprise. Get a $500 off your entire home improvement product. That is your bonus. There's never been a better time to bundle and save. So if you've been thinking about adding an entry door vinyl siding along with your window replacement, do it now. Take full advantage of the savings. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free InHome estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back to the show. Joined today by Chris Kerber, Brad Thompson, and Jay Delsing. Miss anything, you can always go back and podcast. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast, online at SchaeferDoor.com. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door, online at SchaeferDoor.com. If your garage door spring broke over the weekend, don't worry. You just go to SchaeferDoor.com. Jason sets aside times on Monday morning so you can get somebody out there ASAP just by going to SchaeferDoor.com or calling or texting the number they set up specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a business with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast on The Morning After, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Ken Rosenthal with this column this morning. Jackson, Doug's vacationing the Hamptons, so you get to play the guessing game.
Ooh, yes.
9 MLB managers whose job status could be in question by the end of the season. Would you like to guess the 9?
Certainly, I would think Ali Marmol.
Ali Marmol is second. I don't know if these were done in rankings, but he is second in Ken's list, which was not alphabetical.
I don't know managers, like the teams' names.
It is, to me, I feel like 20 years ago, I probably could have named 75% of managers instantaneously, and I kind of feel like they're replaced so often that they don't have those names and faces associated with franchises like they used to.
Ron Washington?
Ron Washington. I'm scrolling. Yes, I thought so. It would have been surprising to me. There are a couple that I would say are surprising.
Mike Schilt?
Mike Schilt? Or you just go, I got to name a guy and that's one I know? Was that what the thought process was?
Yeah, but, Padres could be better.
Padres could be better?
I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works.
I'm going to fact check that real quick.
Can I get some initials?
That's Chairman Kurt. San Diego Padres are 13-3.
Leading the division.
Okay, well, talk to me.
Best record in the game of baseball and ahead of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
You never know when a random Instagram Live is going to pop up.
Talk to me in July. Yeah. Oh, how sweet it was here in St. Louis.
Ken Rosenthal, perhaps the most respected baseball writer in 2025. One of. Would write, here's what I'm seeing so far, and here's the guys who could lose their jobs. And he goes, the Padres might have the best record in baseball, but I think Mike.
Those were 3 tough losses they took.
Well, listen, everyone can judge from the peanut gallery once you're the man in the arena being tasked with answering.
I think there are plenty of times, valid times, to use Teddy Roosevelt's man in the arena, but this is one.
Well, it's tough because
I messed up. I couldn't think of any managers' names, and he was the only other one I could think of.
No. Double down. Double down.
It's 2025. Double down.
Is Snitker in trouble?
Snitker is. That's one of the names that I would say would be surprising. Now, the Braves are off to a terrible start. And Snitker is, I think, considered one of the best in the game, and he is listed on Ken Rosenthal's list. Mike Schilt, for whatever reason, not.
Who the hell is managing the White Sox these days?
La Russa?
No, not the skipper. Not Ozzie Guillen. Whoever manages the White Sox is probably in hot water.
Will Venable.
Okay, yeah, I actually did know that.
The list is as follows. Rocco Baldelli. I thought that when I saw them falling around in St. Louis and then continuing to fall around after their stop in St. Louis. The Minnesota Twins are 5-11, and they blew it at the end of last year. So that might be the one that I would say could go first, actually, because but they also cut him after the offseason. And by cut him, I mean cut the Twins roster down. Derek Shelton of the Pirates. That's kind of a 3-year gig, maybe, if you're lucky.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's tough about this is what.
Bud Black, though, is kind of in a Pirates-esque operation, and he's been able to last forever in Colorado.
Yeah.
So Bud Black is listed. Dave Martinez of the Nationals. That is an operation also that has cut back substantially. John Schneider of the Blue Jays. Blue Jays, though, are off to a good start, not 13-3.
Brutal division.
But it's going to be tough. And they're Ron Washington, Brandon Hyde of the Orioles, also, speaking of brutal division. And the Orioles are off to a slow start relative to where expectations were. So there is your list of 9
Schilt
MLB.
and others receiving votes category.
And Brian Snitker, Mike Schilt. He must have left that off by mistake.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it's nice to be 13
You know what's going to wind up happening is somehow they're going to have a losing streak and he's going to get fired and we're going to play this audio and it's going to be wonderful.
It's going to be so vindicated. Ass backwards into it, too.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's TMA 101, ESPN. Welcome back. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Miss anything, you can go back and watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And you can always podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Any hot takes you got, no problem. Wear your mittens. Brought to you by the EDF Group. EDF Group's Fire and Security Division will take great care of you. They've proudly served St. Louis and beyond for years. EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire, safety, and security. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today next on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action tonight, taking on the Houston Astros. 6:45 first pitch. Sonny Gray on the mound. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA here. 101 ESPN, TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to it. You can talk it over with listeners throughout the course of the program. That's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. 100 West Dental is a great sponsor here on TMA, and I know a lot of people don't like going to the dentist. Dr. Brandon Pryor knows that, but he wants you to know he's got the newest, most modern technology and built offices that just don't look like a dentist's office. I can tell you that from having been there. It's right on Manchester in Baldwin. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Guys, Plops here. I've said it dozens, if not hundreds of times. I never miss a segment of this show. I just won't do it, Tim. Doug, it was great having you back this morning and hearing your voice. If the other three won't say it, I will. You got a lot of nerve taking sabbatical while the rest of us are out here ass deep in Lent fighting for our lives while our Battlehawks get taken out behind the woodshed by a team of nobodies in generic-looking uniforms. Pathetic. But I'll tell you what's more pathetic. Martin, is this... I'm walking around the dome yesterday, and I'm noticing that there is dry dirt all over every seat I look at. Under all the seats, there is dirt pooled up at every corner. Mud that had dried. It is now stuck to seats, and I said to myself, what on earth? Finally, I asked a worker what this could have been from, and without hesitation, I was told Monster Jam. Guys, Monster Jam was on January 18th. Then to top it off, the speakers on one side of the building just weren't turned on. I guess to save power. So at no point during the game could the people sitting in our area hear what songs were on or make out any announcements. This was a quarter of the building in 100 level seats. So before we beg the venue to open up that upper bowl, let's take a broom to the lower one and plug in the rest of the speakers. Just a breathtaking experience at the Dome, to be honest. Breathtaking in the sense that I'm having difficulty breathing today from breathing in all of the floating dirt particles from a monster truck event that apparently took place 85 days ago that they haven't gotten around to cleaning up yet. But on the bright side, Jesus is coming back in 6 days. Thanks. That's from Misty Plops, tall, cute, and Afton adjacent. Misty Plops. Tim, great. KG, the man, pale, white, Martin, funny, blues, let's go. Respectfully, suck it. That's from Fuelsy. And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Martin. Rory McIlroy rode a roller coaster of emotions during his final round at the Masters, but after missing a 4-foot putt on the 72nd hole that would have won the tournament, he was able to pull it together, boy, and set himself up for an easy birdie in the playoff to clinch the career Grand Slam. The Cardinals took 2 of 3 against the Phillies as Wilson Contreras raised his average to $158 and told fans, don't stop believing. The Blues continue to struggle without Dylan Holloway as they head into their final regular season game needing a win to ensure their spot in the playoffs. But I think the lead is that a guy driving a Land Rover down Clayton Road with a pair of bumper stickers humble bragging both his association with elitist private high schools and his love for hot moms. And now, with an exclusive report, our local wealth reporter, Mr. Licks, is calling in to confirm this hot-loving MICDS dad is a member of a local country club, but would not reveal which one because this isn't doxing season, but rather hop off the call and quick while he was ahead. Licks continued rambling about a variety of topics, including 4 aces, P. Reed, and that guy on the Corn Ferry Tour tapes his mouth shut. Ah, yes, Matt Holliday texting Martin his dissatisfaction with Mr. Licks' calls, a tradition unlike any other. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Plops. I think I'm going to go with Misty Plops as well.
Misty Plops has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for the vacationing Douglas Alvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.